mad dog and chase the enemy down with the style of roaming. It's a bit harder to roam on the Rubik. Rubik definitely has a very big impact. You can steal the right spells. People dropping very low. We're on the map, but we're almost at the 4-minute mark. So of course, we see every single game with the Marana. You make the holy trek over to the bounty. Power rune. Help secure if you're mid lane.
2 masts on this brigantine.
Yeah. We should make position for support like religion. I would follow it.
Bow your heads.
Do your pilgrimage to the rune at 4 minutes into the game.
Help push the catapult wave.
There is little for Dire's middle tower.
Do your thing, be a great forward position. Extra 24 damage for KJ. Not really doing much of anything. They're still maintaining a 1,000 net worth lead here for Team Brazil. CSing isn't exactly amazing.
Top lane.
Radiant's courier has been
Benja?
No spin. You need him. He's trying.
Bill wants the arrow, may not even need it. Thinking about throwing it, holding it for now, and leap forward. Battle hunger.
Bounty.
He ends up dead. Raykill gets credit for that one.
Grab the arrow afterwards. Mid lane. No, he's zoned out as Zeus. Forced to hit these creeps over here. Not quite 7 minutes into the game. So neutral lane to drop yet, but he's got to run back. to base. He's sitting on his level 6. He's got Thunder's Broad's Wrath available. He's gonna want if someone drops to low HP.
Dire should look to their middle tower.
Right.
But he gets low enough for that Thunder God's Wrath.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That bottle. He's back in the mid lane again, though. He's a little bit behind Mr. James again. You have to worry about this Tidebringer harass costing coming in every couple of seconds. Oh no, he doesn't get the regen. He's so good for helping catch up. Got wards up everywhere too. We knew the regen was going to be there, but we just didn't move to gas stuff again.
Thunder God's Wrath. I don't get the kill there. They chase back this axe. They actually got the Katalo with that too.
Ooh, yeah. Almost got him.
Arrow takes up catapult, so no push here from Team Brazil up towards top. Not that we're really gonna push too heavily this early on with this lineup.
This is kind of funny. Max overwhelming. The games of PL, it kind of makes sense, but it just feels so odd to not really press the attack and fall back on like not putting any extra points in range to harass the enemy laners. Because of that, you've done a decent job in lane. You are a little bit behind CS and Japan, but I think Legion will be further ahead.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Kunkka already 61 and 4. Probably a couple of those, or a good amount of those, are neutrals. So Elder Titan top. You get the call there? Yeah.
Quick did that guy go down? A lot of damage.
Overwhelming odds. Prada survives. Mandy gets into the trees. Very close to going down in that situation, but they bring Mr. Jeans over. They've got the X as well as the Torrent landing with the Ghost Ship. Take out King RD. Good rotation from Mr. Jeans, who's having a stellar start to the game, going Radiance.
Oh my. We talked about this one, why Spectres don't really go this anymore. We play really fast-paced Dota at the moment. Again, mid laners, you see kind of like burst damage heroes, or like once in a while. Oh, Axe, he's just gonna go down here.
No fault. 40R gets the kill, and Benjez farming aggressively like that, getting the pull, throwing it into the neutral camp, trying to counter Helix, get as much as he can, but losing your life. I guess maybe not expecting the Zeus to come over.
Definitely not. That guy's kind of sitting mid inside his own jungle. You don't really expect his rotation, especially with how they've changed him around. It's very funny because how they nerfed lightning bolt, but arc lightning and Thunder God's Wrath. His build has changed from him being like one of the only high participation laners to being somebody who just rather sit back and farm. Spam out that creep wave in the mid lane. Keep them off his tower. And get ahead of the enemies. They keep optic on the Phantom Lancer. They got on Zeus's side. I mean, he wants a mana regen item. Wants like an arcane ring. He's just gonna go back to base, plant this mango tree, and then use mangoes all game. Let's go.
There is little
And Kunkka is farming up a storm. Top of the network. We'll get a stack for him to get to going towards this Radiance.
It's not bad. It does take him a little while to clear through it. But like I was touching base on before, it's a little bit difficult to get Radiance at the moment. Heroes like Spectre, you just want to be playing fast with that, saving up the 3,500 gold, and not really coming online for like a 5,300 is a pretty big commitment. No, it's 5,150 in a map, buddy. I don't count so good like.
Figured. Our math is not that great.
Flee. The top lane. Has him solo XP for a little while. I'm gonna hit level 6 here. Mr. Gene tried to dive him, but you missed your torrent. Give it to Rubik. It's level 1. That's all he needs.
Telekinesis into the torrent. That's all you need.
Yeah. Beautiful D-Warrior over here. 41 gold in the bank for the Zeus. He's got a regen rune as well. But I don't like how things have slowed down here. I wasn't keen for lots of action. I wanted to see more blood. I was expecting just run with Elder Titan again, but it's not happening. I guess they're happy to draw this game out with the Spectre. And going the Radiance on the Kunkka. No, you're not really in a rush to fight the enemies either.
Heading towards top to try and get a kill here onto the Axe. Fui and KJ, not sure this is the combo that's going to do it. Have stolen Torrent, so they'll have the telekinesis. Sweep. Now the Torrent. They've got the duel. That'll hit. Haunt committed and the Thunder God's Wrath, all for an Axe kill.
I would say the Thunder God's Wrath hit him at all. That was just not cool by 4DR trying to steal his teammates' kills. I thought this was professional Dota. Why would he? On to you, 4DR.
It seemed very excessive.
No. Look at his death summary. Thunder God's Wrath never hit him. He just committed a 120-second cooldown spell. It could really help your team to try and steal that kill. Sorry. I'm sure what it is. Oh yeah, he needs this energy booster online as quick as possible. That's really gonna start turning this game for him. That was the reason, everybody.
Kunkka, almost enough for the Sacred Relic. As the X as well as the Ghost Ship press the attacks onto Fui.
Invisibility.
Meanwhile, Mandy's just free farming bottom, going into the Diffusal. Oh, and he's got the Diffusal dropped off now. So
now King RD can't go on to him, or mana drained. In fact, he knows the enemies are there. This is is that the big brain play where you watch your XP and doesn't go up fast enough the enemies are around?
Yeah.
Mandy, big IQ, despite it being so late at night, nothing he doesn't miss.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Except for the win last game.
Dire.
Top lane, DRD position again. On the enemy's butts. Telegraph. He hits him with the arrow, trying to get vision of people in the trees, and they get back immediately.
They're still coming over, but I just don't think that's the right call. Meanwhile, Mr. Gene's continuing to farm and is only a couple hundred gold away from this Sacred Relic.
You need to stall out for a little bit longer on Infinity though. Kanka investing so heavily into that, and like Zeus already having his Yule set. Take a fight. It feels like you're more than 3,000 gold behind.
Well, he's got the Sacred Relic now, so it definitely doesn't feel that bad.
Yeah.
60 damage.
Radiance will be big though. And after that, I think he just tanks up. Maybe for Defiance, Heaven's Halberd. The biggest damage is going to come out of the enemies right now. This Kanka needs to deal with is the Zeus's. So probably built Defiance King Bar pretty quickly after the Radiance. Might get one or two nice items first though.
Dire's bottom tower is in danger.
All right. Bottom lane. Try to find Mandy over here, but you haven't gotten him yet. What makes you think you're gonna get him now? If you couldn't find him with the Invis Legion Commander, probably didn't have the Fusel Blade. That feels kind of hopeless.
Thunder God's Wrath gets used for vision, but Mandy's already back, so they won't even find him bot.
I think they're gonna find him underneath that tier 1 or something. I have everyone in position. Again, KJ with that Astral Spirit to Echo Stomp with interrupt any TP. Fully with the Illuminate. Very scary. That's a lot of damage.
Get this tower over bottom. They lose their top tier 1. Gold going the way of this Kanka puts him just a couple hundred gold away from finishing the Radiance. Got this extra 60 damage. And he's already hitting for 231. So, there's a lot coming from Mr. Jeans, and with that Tidebringer being level 4, this is certainly dangerous. Ooh, Mr. Jeans would love to take this stack. Lands the Torrent. King RD gets caught, but there's nothing more to this.
Mr. Jeans saying, don't mind if I Scooby-Dooby-Doo, and finishes up his Radiance. He's got the gold now. And at the exact same time. Benji with the Blink Day. What do you got going on over here, Mandy? Finishing up your Yasha, heading over to you right now? Yeah, I thought so. You know. All these heroes hitting these timings. Just another mech now on Marana. What'd you just buy? Where'd your gold go? Okay, yeah, it's a mech. Never mind. Just unquick buy from him. We're fine. So Blink Dagger, Radiance, Yasha, Fusel, PL, and Mechanism all finished on the same time for the heroes on Infinity. This is good enough to be able to take a fight. They just revealed like a bunch of super good items. Here we go.
And they'll just take these stacks. Mr. G though needs to be careful. Telekinesis, Earth Splitter, and all of a sudden he's just dead. Wow. Great reveal on the Radiance. Very formidable.
You hate to see it.
That did not set up well with the rest of the team. That was Astral Spirit. We'll come back to KJ in just a second. They got the sweep, great kill. He has a mech though, so they heal up, overwhelming odds. All the while, Mandy just farming bottom, Diffusal Yasha. He's happy with his life. And God's Wrath with the telekinesis. Ray kill ends up dead, Prado low, but he'll scurry back.
Alright, it's time for you guys to start building magic resistance. Build glimmer caves, build your cloaks, build your pipes, get them out of the way. You need to step between the Zeus run over you. Revealed so many items just now, but you got owned by Team Brazil. Radiance, of course, able to stay alive. Great. Able to farm, great. But if you get blown up immediately, then what's the point? You absolutely no sustain.
We got the X that hit the Torrent, we left for dead. And no counter Helix is off that, but they still get the kill. I think Benjaz was hoping to spin and Culling Blade.
Yeah. Nothing out of them. Again, all you got was the Rubik there. Spectre still farming away. This is the first Spectre Radiance that we're going to see because of so slow on Infinity.
They've got the call, they have the control. He doesn't have Pawn. And Earth Splitter coming in, but there's the Will-O-Wisp. They'll get it. Earth Splitter comes in. Benjaz woken up from the sweep. Will-O-Wisp holds King RD back. And he has Blink, but it's on cooldown for 6 more seconds. Hits. And ooh, they get the kill there on a KJ. They look over at Legion Commander. King RD, he's getting run down. One shot from Dave. They'll end up falling in the Tidebringer from Mr. Jeans.
I don't know what's going on in this game anymore. You know, after you took that last fight successfully by Team Brazil, like the next one should be a breeze. You see everything that they have, but instead your Spectre gets picked off. You run by one, and of course it's Flea farming like the safe triangle for your team. He's almost got his Aether lens finished up, and of course, Costa Bela, the fact that he got this Midas, he went back for the Sacred Relic. He feels like the enemies are no threat in this game. They're playing too slow. This is such a greedy build in Spectre. So bad for this patch, but I honestly think he's going to get away with it. Here, Mr. Jeans, look at all these mud golems cleared out at once. Beautiful.
They had a family.
Brazil wanted to set. I think they want to set up, but they really don't. You want to wait for this.
Five seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Their team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Their seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
Radiant team pick.
Esports versus Motivate.Trust Gaming to start us off for today. And John, how you doing, sir? Brand new day for us.
Yeah, I'm feeling great, Mike. You know, it's been a great 4 days. It's the 5th day today. It's hard to believe time flies so fast, right? So many games of Dota played, so many more left. It's been a blast to cast, and you know, it's been a lovely time. It's been a bit tiring, but you know, we've been powered through by our sponsors. Monster, of course, just topping us up. Gonna have a can after this because, you know, I'm skipping lunch, but it's a good time so far, Mike.
Speaking of Monster, John, you know me, I went and topped up. I got my pipeline punch, which I was explaining to you yesterday, is probably the best flavor. As you can see, John, the draft has begun. New Esports, they go for the Tiny and Bloodseeker opening. Motivate.Trust Gaming, they go for the Grimstroke Lifestealer to start things off.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of new esports. You know, every day, I think for the past 4 days, every single matchup, new esports. So they're always at the front. We know how they play. They love playing aggressive with that Tiny and the Bloodseeker. We've seen them make great use of those heroes. It's been very meta nowadays as well, right? You didn't used to see a lot of blood. Now it's in every other game. Motivate.Trust, though, they do manage to pick up what a lot of people would probably consider counters, like the Lifestealer, with a Rage to prevent Tiny Avalanche Toss from being a major factor, to prevent a lot of the magic damage coming out here. So that wombo combo might be a bit diluted. You will have to catch that Lifestealer by surprise. I still love the potency. I mean, Rupture Toss, it's always fun to watch that one.
It is. It's good to see the Tiny making its reappearance, and even the Bloodseeker for that matter, because the Bloodseeker feels like it's been out of meta for so long that it's finally back, and well, obviously it has been very, very effective as of late, and like you said, with the Toss Rupture combo, it's kind of disgusting. Speaking of, I mean, you can always go for the Vengeful Spirit as well if you really want to make the other team's life a living hell, and just keep swapping him in and out with Rupture. Not a fun time.
No,
see if they do end up getting that Venge just to top things off, as it is still available, and so is the Drow for that matter. If you want to run that combination, we'll see. I don't believe we've seen new esports play the Venge Drow very much over the past 5 days.
Yeah.
Probably unlikely to see them do it. And Motivate.Trust obviously already have their position 1, so they're definitely not going to do it. But we'll see what they are going to get up to as we have the last band coming out, Motivate.Trust. We'll have a think about this last band. Just getting rid of some position 1s.
I love that new esports took out the Masaros Tide. I believe the guys played out of the, what is it, 8 games they've played. He's played Tide 3 times out of 8. A ton of picks into the Tide. Motivate.Trust, one of the only teams really that values that team fight. So they're going to be forced to give Masaros something else. Maybe they fall back to the NP they tend to give him when they don't find it. But we do get the clock here first, Mike. So again, natural vehicle for the Lifestealer. You've got the Inkswell plays with a Clockwork. Really aggressive early lanes coming out here for Motivate.Trust, playing in that faster playstyle they like to bring out. I still have to point out, you know, you've got to be cautious with your cogs when you come in. You can be punished by a Blood Right on top, and of course the Rupture on the clock. Easy time to kill, so you have to watch out. There's that Venge you were talking about, Mike. So toss Rupture, swap Rupture. You're gonna bleed out here if you're on Motivate.Trust, no matter what.
You are, and now Motivate's got to figure out what to do, because you should be aware if you're gonna have the Venge, then the Drow's coming, right? Like it's up against the Lifestealer as well. We've seen this plenty of times. If the Lifestealer's on the other side, you just pick Drow. Drow does not care for the Lifestealer's rage. It just hits you and destroys you for that matter.
Oh yeah.
And obviously the Lifestealer does get kited very, very easily by the Drow, but can Motivate.Trust pick it up? Can they deny the pick from New Esports? I don't think they can. I don't think there's any space for it unless you want to run it mid. But even then, mid Drow is... It's just... You have 2 position 1s at that point. It feels too greedy.
It definitely is. I don't think it's going to play into how Motivate tends to like to play. Again, we're so used to Fearless just being fearless. The guy just runs in 10-minute mark, or even before that, right? Once he hits level 6 or 7 on his mid-core, he wants to be active. And Drow just doesn't enable that playstyle, but you do run the risk of giving it away. So that's something Motivate.Trust has to accept. I think at this point, you look for something to counteract that. I think the clock is already a pretty darn good gap closer. Kind of punish the Drow. You will have to watch out for swap plays. Maybe build on top of that. One of the Spirit Brothers would be nice if you're looking for the Fearless Hero. It's a bit early. We tend to see the Masters here at this point. In that case, again, NP still on hand for Motivate.Trust. Still has a pretty natural carrier for the Lifestealer, so you can kind of play with that, but they go with the Doom. So they're giving themselves that double Doom here with the Grimstroke. Love seeing that come out. And, you know, I was having a chat with, I believe, Tekor from Australia. No, it was Spag from Australia, you know, from the Australian scene. He loves the Doom. He's wondering why teams aren't picking it up. It does come out here.
I think it is a very, very strong pick, the Doom, right now. I mean, it received some nerfs in the most recent patch, but hardly anything worth affecting the Doom. Like, it was just, I think it was about was it Devour regen got nerfed a bit, something like that? It really wasn't a big deal. Maybe a little bit of an issue in the laning stage, but once you hit that level 3 mark, you have level 2 Devour, you don't care anymore. You're fine. New Esports, I'm sure they're going to have to be a bit concerned about this Doom. And it seems like they are wondering what to pick up, but of course, how could you say no to the Drow? They'll take it. Now, mind you, I do like the Clockwork Doom into the Drow, if I'm perfectly honest, because by the point you get the Doom Blink Dagger up, you don't really have too much of an issue dealing with that Drow. Just Doom her up. Yeah, she can still hit you, but, you know, the likelihood is you're going to be able to kill her if you have closed the gap that far. And like you pointed out, the Clockwork can be very, very effective against this Drow.
Yeah, it's straightforward enough. I think the answers are there for Motivate.Trust. For New Esports, it's the pacing is a bit up and down, right? You can play pretty quick with a Drow Venge Bloodseeker. At the same time, you could also take it slow. I think in this case, you have to balance it out. You don't want to bleed that early ground to Motivate.Trust, but there is a desperate need for items on the Drow. Hurricane Pike timing going to be super important to save yourself from the Clockwork place. Levels on the Venge. I think you want that level 2 swap pretty quick here, just so you have that added reach to save heroes. I mean, we saw March, right? Even March in TNC was struggling with just level 1 swap. For Venge, it's really about the second level in that ult. So it's going to be a bit of a ramp up for New Esports. They're going to have to find that spacing here for those supports and for those cores. Motivate.Trust. For them, it's that faster playstyle. Lifestealer, all you need to do for Jackie is to buy that armlet, go into your clock, start finding kills early, run down the Drow, run down the Venge before swap is on a longer range, and really start to take over. Shut down the jungle, prevent any farm from coming out for New Esports, and then you can really start to hammer it in.
That is true. Gonna have to wait for some more ban outs before we can see how these drafts are gonna finish. New Esports, their final ban. It looks like they are focusing on the mid heroes, so just making sure Fearless does not get what he wants. Well, for now, they've gotten rid of the Void Spirit Ember and the Kunkka. See the Quap being removed by Motivate, and I believe Motivate might go for a Storm pickup here. Might just be the way to deal with the Drow. I realize you've got the Rupture, but Storm doesn't care too much. You can still zip through the Rupture. The biggest deal would probably be the Drow Silence, but when you get a BKB, you don't care about the Drow Silence anymore. So you might just go Storm here for Motivate, run the offlane Doom, and, you know, Storm Lifestealer, pretty nice. Even Storm Grimstroke, Double Vortex is pretty nice.
Oh, yeah.
You have a nice way of catching out that Drow.
Yeah, definitely. It will pile on to that control. New do pick up a Wind Ranger, so they are running a very old school kind of Drow strat, right? Like, the only thing they lack for my books is like a Visage instead of a Tiny to really maximize that, but it's back to that range playstyle, back to that aggression that you can get And we've seen a lot of Wind Rangers. They do phenomenal work with just a Javelin up. Once you get the MKB as well, it can really start to wreak in havoc. So it's looking good here. The timings for New Esports, they do want to play it in the mid game. Don't bleed too much ground in the early game. Lanes are not the weakest, but also not as strong as what Motivate.Trust has here. So that is something you have to be cautious about. Motivate.Trust now, they more than likely know it's going to be mid. It's going to be the Wind Ranger mid, maybe the Blood. We haven't seen that. So, you know, that Storm you were talking about does look pretty decent here. And there it is. Comes out. Good call, Mike. It's your turn to be on point.
Yeah. We've been pretty good recently, John. I might have to ask for a pay raise after this. Joking, John. God, we don't get paid. Everyone knows that.
We just get some monster, Mike.
That's all we need, John.
Yeah, absolutely.
Saying that like it's a bad thing.
Still, the Storm coming out, natural lifestealer infest vehicle. Mid lane matchup, it's dicey. It can go back and forth. Wind Ranger, you know, if you stand back, play with power shot, you're going to be able to clear out the waves. And if you do come in for harassment, you just pop your E. You wind run. Storm, if you time it right, you're wasting Storm's mana if he's trying to get an overload charge off. So that thing, they can is, if it's a Barry Wind Ranger, that's a cost 4. These okay, so it's a support Wind Ranger, a tiny mid. In interesting swap out. I don't think that's as easy for the tiny as it is for the Wind Ranger, because again, you had like the Wind Run to play with. Power Shot's a really cheap spell to play from the back. Tiny has to close that gap a bit, and that's something the Storm doesn't mind. He can just play with the Remnant, play with the Overload, maybe get a Vortex at level 4 to really pump in the damage. DDZ is going to have to watch that spacing.
He will. See how this all pans out. New Esports, Motivate.Trust. I like both drafts. I think both of them can work very effectively, though if I'm frank, the one thing that does concern me for New Esports is they don't have a solid kind of frontlining hero. I mean, you've got the Wind Ranger and Drow, both of which want to sit back, just relax and auto-attack the whole team fight. Even Candyloon on that Bloodseeker doesn't really want to get close. He wants to sit back and just spam Bloodright the whole time. So DDZ is going to have to behave like that frontliner on this Tiny and start every single team fight. And that concerns me just a little bit for New. You don't have the same problem for Motivate.Trust. You've got the Doom, you've got the Lifestealer, you've got the Clockwork. All of them love to get in front. Fearless is going to enjoy jumping behind and getting the Drow and the Wind Ranger controlled up. And I've got to say the Motivate.Trust lineup does make me feel a bit more confident than the New Esports one does.
Definitely. The big thing, like you talk about DDZ having to be in front, that means his blink timing is key to the draft of New Esports. His blink is going to be the one factor that enables those plays here for New. Once you have that in DDZ, say 12-minute mark would be pretty darn good with Brown Boots. 12-minute blink at the latest. If you can get that blink rush, you can start playing with Candy. Candy can rotate out. You get the toss, you get the rupture, just keep finding kills that way. And then you can start to counteract Motivate.Trust. At the same time, again, hold out in those lanes. Be very cautious because Motivate.Trust, they don't take it easy in that laning phase, Mike. They really do love playing aggressive there.
They do. Funnily enough, they do bring Jackie up top by himself for now. So he'll have to be a little bit cautious. I don't really believe he'll have the opportunity to try and take the bounty rune up top. So they'll just try and secure the bottom bounty rune tier MG.Trust, and New Esports will take care of the top ones. Could equate to a very even start as usual. Who have they even got up against that Lifestealer? They'll get Candyloon there on the Bloodseeker. He really shouldn't be able to do too much in terms of harassment with the Bloodright. Especially once you hit level 3 on Jackie, he'll have the Rage up, and he should be able to avoid most of the damage that would be coming out from Candy. I suppose you do have to be a little bit concerned about Barry on the Wind Ranger though, as he doesn't really care for your Rage. But then again, his base attack isn't too high anyway on that Wind Ranger. Should be alright.
Yeah, it's all about spacing. It's the level 3 timing that's key for Jackie, and on the other hand, Motivate.Trust aren't likely to zone out a Bloodseeker. You know, Candy Loon, once he has his level 2, with how Thirst works now and how you get the HP back, you are pretty self-sustainable there as a Bloodseeker. So you do have more options to hold the lane. You can see Boombell just going for a couple of twacks. Barry has to be the cautious one. He actually goes for a Wind Run at level 1. It's been a while since we've seen that. He's going to have to leverage that in these right-click trades up against a Grimstroke. And these supports are going to be tied up. You know, at some point, they're going to have to rotate mid where, you know, you see Fearless up against DDZ, Tiny Storm up against each other. Already slightly better for Fearless. Has a slight EXP lead. DDZ, again, has his work cut out for him. Level 3 key timer for him. And once he's out of mana, that's where you get a bit scared. Fearless can spam that Static Remnant, spam the Overload right clicks, and Tiny he has to walk up to find these right clicks.
Does. Luckily, the tree grab does make it a little bit easier for DDZ, and so far, in terms of CS, DDZ is having a pretty even time with Fearless. In fact, pulling ahead just slightly. Very nice deny out there from DDZ, and very easy to secure the range creep and deny your own one with Tiny. Fearless going to be a little bit frustrated as he did just lose his own range creep. Still down at the bot lane, you'd have Yamate and Mosin. Pretty potent combination here at the bot lane, as with that wave of frost arrows, you just do so much damage. Masaros will have to be pretty cautious, and you can already see by his item build, John. He goes for the double ring of protection, understanding that minus armor is going to be problematic.
Yeah, it's the smart play, right? And I'm just preventing a lot of that physical damage from really slamming on. The lane has been pretty tough regardless. You know, Masteros is pretty even in terms of last hits with Yamate, but they've got really good lane control. And that's one of the key benefits with that Venge. You can pull the creep wave with a Wave of Terror, get those successful hard camp pulls really easily, and that just denies a lot of EXP from something like the Doom and the Clock, which wants EXP fast. That can hurt your lane. You're going to have to contest the pull every single time if you're Q.
I do think it is going to be very important for Q to get those levels up early, because you don't want to wait too long if you are intending on trying to hook the Drow and get some early kills going for yourself. And so once you get that level 6 mark, you can actually get quite aggressive. So speaking of aggression, top lane Boombell, it's going to be in a spot of danger, but does manage to get onto the high ground and salve up. He's going to be able to return back into the lane, but DDZ in the mid lane, able to get the first blood there onto Fearless.
Just one small misstep is really something that Tiny can punish. You know, you can't underestimate early levels in Avalanche Toss. You time it well, the damage amp is good. That's something the Storm has to be really patient about. You do want to close the gap to drop the Static Remnant, but you don't want to risk your life doing that for the wave.
That you don't. I guess that's the real strength of mid Tiny, is he can just blow you up if you do overstep your boundaries. Well, DDZ obviously did do it once already. We'll see if he can do it a second time up against Fearless. XP advantage now. DDZ going to be one full level ahead, and this should mean he can really just abuse Fearless in this mid lane, but Fearless going to try and give it back. But here comes Barry with a great shackle shot out, but he does not have power shot. So there's no real chance of Fearless dying. DDZ is actually going to back off anyway. Looks like he is going to run all the way to the fountain.
Doesn't get to fill up his bottle. No supports from the base. So even if they do TP in, he's not going to get a refill through that delivery service. So that's more time for Fearless to play catch up. Hits his level 5. Going to be key to hit that 6 mark before the Tiny here.
Big courier snipe down to that bot lane. They got Yamate's courier, but Q might be in a bit of danger now. He gets a cogs off, but it's going to cost him his life. Yamate will take it. They did manage to get the courier with the Wraith Band and I believe some regen for Yamate, but nevertheless, Yamate still gets a kill on the clock, and he's only going to have to wait about a minute for that courier to be back up, so I'm sure he will still be happy.
It's perfectly fine here. Really great timing for DDZ to TP down as well, stealing those bounties bot.
Oh, nice deny there from Barry on the top bounty. Fearless was rushing for it, but ends up being a big waste of time for Fearless. He'll have to make his way back down to the mid lane, but now bot lane Q. Dropping very low there with Masaros. And this is that point now where you have to be very wary of how much damage Yamate can deal, especially with Mosin around. I don't believe they can actually lane anymore up against this Drow.
It's a really difficult lane. I think right now Masaros has to consider the jungle. I mean, he has been dipping in and out, getting his Devourer off. There has been an attempt to block that camp, but they haven't really fully committed. So Masaros still gets value, but yeah, all the best he can do now is just stand back. So they even have a tri-lane here. It's going to be really difficult to close that gap with the damage Yamate has on hand, though.
It is. That's kind of what I was pointing out, right? Like, you really want to have Q either get hookshot up early, or he needs to be able to close the gap in some way. Now, he did go for the Tranquil Boots. Will help him break the gap, but Yamate has been pretty clever about not getting caught until now, and he does get conked up. Masaros is going to rush for it. Boom Bell there with the Inkswell, and Yamate is going to die. Now Mosin getting slammed. DDZ, he'll TP in, but it is too late. Oh, what have I done?
Yeah, you cursed him. Yamate not gonna be happy about that one. And Motivate.Trust, they are still slightly behind in net worth. 1 kill behind in the kill board, but you know, all this movement, but all the emphasis on the Drow has left Jackie alone to free farm. And we talked about the lifestealer timing into that armlet. If he finds it at, say, the 12-minute mark as well, you're in for a wild ride, because he's going to be ready to play Infest, run with Fearless. Fearless doesn't like to farm up. This duo will start hunting if you give Jackie that free start.
Absolutely. This is about as free as you can get for Jackie. Really enjoying himself now, and at that level 6 mark, just about to hit level 7, you can't really kill him anymore. Unless you commit quite a few heroes, he should be just fine to Infest away. Well, new Esports, they don't seem to be very concerned about that. Maybe just assuming the Drow will be able to deal with him later on. Of course, Candy has been quite limited as to what Bloodright will do against the Lifestealer, and he doesn't even bother raging through the Bloodright. He just takes the damage and heals back up with the creep wave.
Yeah, it's not too much now. He's way too big, and there's smoke here. Early rotation from Fearless.
The bot lane Masaros does actually go down to DDZ, but there is a big smoke rotation out. Fearless gonna try and go in with the Inkswell, but misses the zip. Goes back in onto Yamate, and they are gonna focus down the Drow, and they do manage to get her, but Candyloon does get a trade, and DDZ is actually the one to pick up that kill. They'll go for Fearless, but he is gonna zip TP, and Jackie, you can't really kill him on the Lifestealer. He'll be able to just walk away.
That brings out a lot of heroes up top for new Esports, and you're seeing the effect of Bloodseeker into Storm. If you don't land the Bloodright, if he's not out of mana, Rupture just doesn't do anything. So it's a big opening for Motivate. They're constantly punishing Yamate now. His farm has fallen by the wayside a bit. Has to be finding some space to play catch up. You are still up ahead with DDZ. His initial farm has been fantastic, about 1,000 gold from that blink. So we're looking at the 10-minute marker at best. And if you get that up on the Tiny again, you're looking at him to play fast for new Esports. They are really early with these rotations, though.
They are. Into the mid lane, they want to try for Fearless, and Fearless did not spot it out, and he just gets blown up by DDZ. Just avalanche toss into power shot, and Yamate just hit him once. That's all it took. And with that, they might be able to actually start pressuring this mid tier 1 tower. They've already got 3 heroes here, along with their Drow. There isn't really much to stop them from getting a bit of damage in.
That's one of the advantages of that Drow strat, right? If you draft around a hero, you can push these towers fast. Not much commitment to get good damage in. Very quick response here, though.
Yeah, Fearless is going to go in now with the Inkswell and the Silence out. And, well, the Drow, Yamate going to stick around a bit too long. His teammates had run off down to the bot lane, so they weren't able to help him out. DDZ, he tried to TP back in to support him, but too late.
Yeah, it's a strange movement out. Like, if you have the Drow up front, on to back her up, and even bot.
Now they just commit the Doom there onto Mosin, so he'll drop, and Masaros now going to be stuck, goes for the TP, and does make it just in the nick of time. That Bloodright was half a second away from exploding on top of him, and he does time it very well, however.
It's just a hit and run there for Motivate.Trust all over the map, ready to go. Great use of that first Doom. Not the ideal target, but you do find a kill. Putting that spell on cooldown. Still the mid. You can see that emphasis from you to try and bring it down.
Well, they've actually found DDZ. Inkswell is out from Jackie, and DDZ doesn't want to give his life away like this. He is the highest net worth, but it looks like he is set to drop, and Jackie, of all people, will be the one to take the kill on the Lifestealer. And that's just going to allow him to escalate even further.
Yeah, I mean, you're trading away your Storm for that, but it's so much important for you to have that good start on DDZ, and it's that blink timing that's pivotal for DDZ to set up, and as long as he's being stalled out from that, you're pretty happy as Motivate.Trust. We're to the 12-minute mark. It's still about 500 gold away here for DDZ, so he's gonna need maybe a minute more. 12 minutes, still not too bad, but he really has to make that work afterwards. They've got level 6s up, they've got the Ruptures up, they need to make the plays with a swap, with a Rupture, and the toss.
Yamate.
Pull down.
Top lane gonna get swapped up by Mosen. Now swap back into DDZ. Oh, Fearless, he's having a real tough time. That is his 4th death of the game. Only 1 kill to his name on this Storm. And most of those deaths are coming from the same person. It's just always DDZ.
Yeah, it's a great place to punish Fearless. He's really sacrificing himself hard. Now, this is how he tends to play, right? He really is fearless on whatever he plays in pause too. But you have to be cautious. His timing on the Orchid's going to be delayed now with all that aggressive movement.
Well, Barry, bot lane, caught in the conks, tried to win run out, but could not. And, well, he's going to destroy the neutrals as well. And to make matters worse, an item drops for Q. He does get a trusty shovel. It's going to be a very nice item pickup, but the hook shot, not going to land. I'm not sure what he was going for.
Oh,
maybe just a bit of a blind one.
Now there's a Candy Loon TPing out right on point. Not
what he was going
right
for.
in the hook shot, unfortunately. Still, New Esports slightly ahead. They drop Barry just to support. You can see it on Motivate.Trust. They're not satisfied. They've got Doom ready to go. They smoke up still. They've got that Soulbind, double Doom ready to go.
Okay. See if they can pull it off. Gonna run straight through to that mid lane, but there is gonna be a counter smoke out from New Esports. Wrap around through the mid lane, trying to use Candy Loon as bait, but nobody's really falling for it. Want to try and kill off Fearless, but MG.Trust, they seem to know something's wrong here. They wait out, but Fearless might just be down and he's gone. Masaros rushing for them, but the silence was... He couldn't soulbind him. Boombill will now get it out, but it's not connected.
What?
The shackle Barry holding him down. They finally get the Doom out, but is it a map? Probably not. Bill's already done, so is Masaros, and now DDZ fighting back up against Jackie. Barry does at least lose his life to Q. And that's it. DDZ anymore. Won't find him. There's no shame for Motivate. Just could not get a good soulbind off.
Oh man, did you see that shackle from Barry? It went through the tree onto 2 heroes. Like, how is that fair? Like, that's the thing with shackle. Oh man, did you see that shackle from Barry? It went through the tree onto 2 heroes. Like, how is that fair? Like, that's the thing with shackles sometimes. Sometimes it ends up being like, that should have latched. That one should not have latched. There was a tree. It went for the heroes first, and that just ruined Motivate.Trust. Any chance for them to counter-initiate was just broken up, and there's it's that blink for DDZ. He just gets to go in, close the gap, do the damage, blow heroes up, and Motivate.Trust has to respect that spike. New Esports now, not gonna stop running. They want to make plays for that blink on DDZ.
Can't blame him. It's been so effective.
Ooh.
He does get a toss-off onto Q. Blood right. Doesn't even matter. They do get the clockwork, and it looks like they're going to rush for a Roshan. The clock's down. They know they can't get vision with Rocket Flare for 20 seconds. See how fast they can get this done.
It's going to be really quick. You've got a ton of good damage. Barry has his Javelin, so the Focus Fire is going to help out. And now, if you've got all 5 heroes here, it doesn't take too long. Motivate, they don't have any wards by the Roach Pit, so they're not where it's happening at all.
No, they are not. That'll be Aegis going to Yamate now. New Esports looking pretty darn good this game, number one. It's mostly just been this mid-tiny from DDZ setting such a pace for his team. Motivate.Trust, apart from everyone else but the Lifestealer, has not been able to keep up. Jackie, the only one really enjoying himself on this Motivate.Trust team right now, but I don't think he's going to be enough once you get to that mid to late game stage. You're going to need Fearless to have some farm up on this Storm, but he's got nothing.
Yeah, he's been stalled out. The Orchid timing not on point this game. He's rushing into the BKB next. He needs a ton more space. And again, it's his playstyle. That's just one thing with Fearless. He always runs up. He tries to snowball by kills, but if it doesn't work out like this, it is really punishing. So they have to invest in him now, and even that progress on Masters, right? Like, Doom tends to be up there in that fort. Right now, he's barely keeping up with the Bloodseeker. That's not what you want to see. He is very close to his blink. So once you have that blink, you've got the options to initiate better without having to throw Fearless in front. That is what Motivate will have to wait for, just playing with the blink Doom.
Oh, DDZ, you just can't take your eyes off this man. He kills Fearless again. In that mid lane of all places, Fearless. He doesn't have a tier 1 tower there. He can't farm like that. I believe they were trying to use him as bait, but again, they just don't catch anyone for it.
No, it wasn't even bait, Mike. He was really just farming. And Motivate.Trust, they need some wards around that area. They don't have control of their top jungle. They lost their tier 2 for free. New Esports on a massive roll. They still hold that Aegis. They've got like 3 minutes left on it, and it's onto the high ground to do some chip damage.
I mean, you've got a Drow Venge. You can do it. Fearless is, oh, he's still got level 1 ulti, John, on the Storm. I was wondering why he was zipping so slow. He's still level 10. In comparison, DDZ's level 12 already. And that's just not a great sign. I mean, DDZ's been running around setting up kills, whereas Fearless has been trying to farm. But it's a rough one for MG.Trust. I mean, they can still turn it back. It's not GG or anything. It's still just a 2k net worth lead. But all the pressure is on this Lifestealer Jackie. And they're going to try and make something happen right now. They'll go down to the bot lane. They did spot out Yamate for a second, but it looks like he's going to be fine to get away. They'll go mid instead and try to take the team fight. But they need to get this double Doom off. They'll see Candy. They'll stun him up, but you can't get the Soulbind. And now Mosin, he'll get the stun off. They'll pop out with Jackie, and the Soulbind double Doom is now out. Jackie with a really nice few hits onto Mosin, does kill him off, and now onto the Bloodseeker. They have lost Masaros and Candy. He's going to make a run for it. Fearless, nowhere near. He's going to zip in now onto Candy and try to burst him down. But the Bloodseeker's going to run away. And, well, he's out of mana on the Storm. So Jackie's going to chase down DDZ. Can't finish him off. Few is still going onto Barry and Yamate, but ends up dying. Well, MG.Trust, they have to retreat, so Yamate will make the chase now to the Lifestealer. He'll turn around and try to fight this one out. Disarms Yamate, but a nice swap out from Mosin is going to make it so they can't kill Candy Loon. Masarots is though with a 3-man stun, but it may not matter. He dies. Jackie still on the run, must survive. Power shot, fly through, won't really kill anyone off. Almost got Jackie. But another bad team fight, Motivate.Trust.
Just not openings here from MG.Trust. It's that Soulbind. They keep getting to get a good leash off, but it's always a bit late. The fight is broken out. The discipline from Esports to stay that split up is paying off. You know, they've already got it a bit easier to do that because they've got a range draft. You're not going to be finding that double Doom on key heroes. It's always going to be the Bloodseeker Venge.
Oh, DDZ, he got Boom Belt. Another kill off to Yamate. Oh, hook shot missing from Q, and now he's shackled up. MG.Trust, they are panicking. DDZ even getting a toss off onto Jackie. He'll rage and try to man fight this one, but he can't. He needs to run away, but I'm not sure if he can. Masaros, he's going to try and get the infest off and run, but he's surrounded now, and Fearless, he TP's in, but he can't fight this. Masaros just going to die in the Doom, and now Jackie on the Lifestealer. Well, his Heaven's Halberd is giving him some decent evasion. They'll turn back around now. Jackie back into this team fight onto Yamate with Fearless, but the Gust is going to make it to the Storm. Once again has to back off. Now the Soulbind is there, but you don't have your Doom available. So Jackie's going to die. The best they got is Barry on the Wind Ranger, but now they're going to lose another. Boombill has been tossed back by DDZ. And this Tiny is becoming way too problematic for Motivate.
Oh yeah, DDZ is just making the work happen. The blink timing was on point. The aggressive play just paying off. It's Motivate.Trust that's trying to play slower, and this surprises me because from draft, they had these natural infest bombs that could have gone off the moment they had the armlet, but they decide to play farming, which I didn't mind for Fearless because he did need to recover as the Storm, but you needed Jackie to step up to the plate there, and you know, DDZ, he's just hunting all over the map. You're not safe anywhere anymore.
Oh, there we go again. He loves picking off Fearless. Poor old Fearless just got his Orchid up. Just that kind of a game for this Storm Spirit. DDZ, of course, going to be going for that Ethereal Blade next, and once he has that up, I mean, the Avalanche Toss just basically goes back to one-hitting people. OMG.Trust, they're going to try and smoke with the Doom up, with the Infest. They are going to spot out Yamate and Mosin. But it looks like they might not be able to close the gap. Might be a bad team fight anyway. The whole of New Esports are right next to each other. Gonna rush in onto the Tiny, so go after DDZ. They do Doom him up, just him alone. But look at the surround now. Masteros, he's gonna get shackled on that Doom and he's gone. Fearless gonna zip in after DDZ. Might be able to finish the kill, but at what cost? They'll take the fight. Now the Soulbind out with the silence, but the Blood Right was there. It's looking bad. Q is dropping and does go down. And Yamate just man-fighting Jackie. Jackie has closed the gap, but not for long. His rage will wear off, and now he is surrounded once again with a shackle out from Barry, and it's going to be a double kill out for Yamate. And make it matters worse, Fearless does go down to DDZ, and now they get the Yules off onto Boombill. So that's your Grimstroke gone. It's a full team wipe.
It's messy here, man. Like they're trying to distance themselves from the Soulbind Doom just so they can find a pick off. It's not enough. You just don't have the damage output. You don't have the control. Masaros is still using a level 1 Doom, Mike. He's not even at level 12. He talked about the Storm not being at 12 a while ago, and now it's Masaros stuck at 10. It's just not enough. And New Esports now, level 17 on DDZ. You've got 16 on Yamate. They've got the BKBs. They've got the damage. They've got control on the map. 12k lead. Motivate. They still have ways back in, but their execution has to step up. Like, this is not the team we're used to seeing from the past few days. It's not been in sync. Q, he's been missing a lot of hooks. It's just this coordination issue. They need to go in as a team, figure out what targets they want to go for, and what to do together, not one by one.
Well, they're not going to defend that tier 2 bot tower. It's just going to go down for free to Yamate. Nice easy tower for the Drow. Esports, they'll group up again. Absolutely no fear when they have all the team with each other. And it really has been a matter of just their skill use, I guess. Like, they just keep missing certain key abilities. I think a lot of it does go back to the mid-storm that did just get destroyed by DDZ. I think they were heavily reliant on Fearless to have a good game on the Storm. He can still try to make a very late comeback, but he's got a lot of growing to go, and there's not really much space for him to farm in.
Yeah, he's working towards a soul booster, probably into that bloodstone. So if he can snowball off that fresh bloodstone that he might pick up soon, it can really start to really bounce back. You're also getting some decent space out for Jackie. He's still up there in farm, 3k behind Yamate. Considering how far the team is, it's not as bad as you'd expect for Jackie. He's making steady progress towards an MKB. That's going to help them hammer in the right click onto that Drow. But there are bigger issues on the line. They need to be super careful going in. I think they have to go for single target pickoffs. They're always forcing bigger fights, and every time they think it's just one person or two, the entirety of New Esports is there. They do not have the defensive items to weather through that storm. And that's just it. You want BKBs down the line here as well for Fearless. After that Bloodstone, he needs that item, but it's just a lot of farm Fearless has to work towards. We're talking about a 10 to 15 minute investment, maybe more, to find all of those items, and New Esports are not going to give them that time. They keep a good eye on Roche now, though. So Q has been sending his rockets out to the pit to ensure that no sneaky Roches come out. This is something they can't allow to give up. They just can't afford to fight into H's cheese here.
It's not going to take long, though. That's the thing. Like, he rocket flares again, and that's going to force the side of New to back off. But they're going to smoke up. There was no vision to scout that smoke either. Motivate. Hanging around that mid lane. They'd love to break this smoke right now. Candy may have just made it a bit obvious that they are on the other side of this mid lane. Fearless does have the Infest Bomb now, looking to jump in, but there's DDZ just getting rid of Boom Bill. He'll buy back, they need the double Doom, so they'll jump in. Fearless straight onto Mosen. No, they'll Doom up the Drow now, just focusing on getting rid of that Pos 1 on the side of New Esports, but he's swapped down into Masaros. Yamate, he's gonna die, but look at the damage out from Candyloon. He's got everyone in that blood ride. The Soul Bomb now is there, but Jackie, he's lost his life. Fearless does get the double Vortex, but does it even matter? Probably not. Candy's just going to chase him down slowly but surely, and here comes DDZ with the Avalanche, with the toss, and that's Fearless gone. Even with the Drow dying early on, it just didn't matter. Now Q forced a hook shot to save his life, but he's trapped in the blood right. And there's a tree throw out from DDZ with an Avalanche, and DDZ will secure a double kill. They're not exactly going to be able to go high ground off this, but they win another team fight.
Oh yeah, they're just finding everything. 32 to 12, Motivate.Trust. It's that execution issue again. Like, they buy back on Boombell, but he comes in too late to do anything with the Doom. And the combinations are just not lining up, and the lead continues to grow for New Esports. E-Blade up on DDZ. And if you thought the guy wasn't bursting people down before, well, he is most certainly bursting them now, as the damage output for him is just insane. And they go back into the pit. You know, no Doom to worry about, no nothing to worry about. It just melts.
It does. Very, very easily. The be Roshan going down, second one of the game, and of course Yamate will take the Aegis. Candy gonna go ahead and pick up the cheese. May just give that over to DDZ a bit later on. In fact, no, DDZ, yeah, he could use the cheese if he really wants. Looks like he has a few too many items right now. So they give it over to Barry instead. The Wind Ranger will hold it. Speaking of Barry, by the way, John, he's almost got his own MKB, which is problematic considering that is your support Wind Ranger. It's starting to feel like Barry's going to hit harder than Fearless.
I mean, he already does, I want to say. Like, just with the Javelin alone, he's been able to really melt through a lot of these heroes. He's matching Fearless's levels, you know, on the support Wind Ranger 16 to 16 with a Storm. That's just the state of the game. You know, Motivate.Trust, they're stuck for the most part in their high ground. They are playing in that bottom jungle, trying to farm up, trying to play catch up, finding these tier 3 items. New Esports, they would love that telescope on their side. Of course, we've seen that balance out very well, but that is on the side of MG.Trust instead. They've not quite found the best items for the tier 3s here for MG.Trust to really turn it around, and that high ground for New. Look at the range, you know, it's Venge Drow.
Yep, it is. That Venge's, that Craigie coat's going to be very nice for the Drow. Mosen can feel a little bit more confident in his own survival now. Having that much more armor up against Lifestealer. Pretty much everyone else that needs to deal physical damage. It's going to stick around with the Blood Rage on Yamate. They can just keep taking the tier 3 and they don't even use the Blood Rage. There it is. Easy peasy.
That range is not fair, dude.
Jackie just loses half his HP to 3 hits from Yamate. Onto the melee barracks now, and Yamate just letting his team sit right behind him, knowing he's going to be safe, with Mosin to swap him out at any time. They're just going to slowly but surely get this done.
Oh,
Shot is going to be out from Q, but Yamate is going to get 4 staff down, but here comes Fearless. BKB will be popped by Yamate. Swap is out onto Boombill. That's going to be a dieback. Now DDZ going in for an avalanche, but he gets Doom immediately. Rupture out on Jackie. He can't run around very efficiently, and now Barry going to go for the focus fire, but Fearless will jump back in on the Wind Ranger. Trying to sort out Barry here, but he can't. Barry is just perfectly fine. They'll lose 2 supports, and it's back to the top racks.
oh man. MG.Trust, they can't afford to lose Boombell like that. You are relying the double Doom, the double Orchid, the double everything to find yourself an opening, and it's not working out. Another set of racks and DDZ.
There goes Masaros. He's dead pretty quick from DDZ, and your mid-racks is definitely gone here. In fact, they could go for the last one as well. There's nothing to really stop them.
No.
They've taken out all the outer towers.
There's just not much left in the tank. Like, they've got Boombell back up, they've got the Soul Bind. Maybe you try to play with a double Orchid, but there's just not enough damage. They could try, and they're gonna try.
You know, the hook shot in with Q and the Inkswell onto Barry. Meanwhile, they are going onto Drow, but it looks like he's going to be alright. Like, he's been doomed up, but they don't have the damage output. Fearless, he got shackled to a creep again, and he's just going to get blown up. Yamate just standing his ground, kills off Jackie now. Fearless going to buy back, but there goes Boombill. Masaros trying to fight back, but Yamate still has the Aegis. He might lose it now, but you've got to get him a second time. Can they do it? Q, he's stuck in his cogs, and he's gone. Yamate. Can't stop this racks going down. They're going to buy back for one last team fight, but New Esports may just back off to safety. There's no reason for them not to. They already got the Megas. Unless they want to just finish the game right here, right now, and they may just. But no, they'll take it easy. Fearless going to zip in. That is a dangerous zip to make, but he'll be all right. Now DDZ going to turn back around with a great avalanche toss. Jackie going to rush in on the life stealer, but look at the damage out from Barry and Yamate. He'll get the infest in time on Masaros, but it's not like he's safe either. He'll BKB and run, but you're going to lose Q. And now you're probably also going to lose Boombill thanks to DDZ. They're going to try one more time. Masaros to blink back in, but he dooms himself now. Oh, he tried to doom the Drow, but the Lotus Orb was there, and Jackie trying to man-fight the Drow, does eventually kill off Yamate, but at what cost? The Avalanche toss and the Shackles is out, and that'll be it. They call GG, and that'll be game number 1 of the whole day, going to New Esports.
Oh man, I don't think either of us expected that kind of performance from you. They step up to the plate today. MG.Trust looks a bit rocky, you know, Fearless on the Storm. I mean, he is a very
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Motivate.Trust and New Esports. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you once again. John, game 1 was pretty rough for Motivate, right? I think we can both attribute that loss heavily on the way. I don't want to sound mean, but it didn't. The way the heroes were being played probably wasn't the way they intended, right? Like the storm never got off. Props to DDZ. He was really making a tear in that mid lane. Few missed hook shots from our Clockwork, and as well as that, just overall they couldn't get the draft to work in their favor. What do Motivate need to do differently? Do they need to make it more simplistic of a draft, or do they need to was it just a one-off kind of game?
I think it's just down to execution. It felt like a one-off. It felt like they didn't expect New Esports to play the way they did. Maybe some of the hero choices as well didn't help out. I think Fearless, he's the kind of player who really does want to play Fearless. So in that case, you've got to give him a mid hero that doesn't want to farm. Like Storm can play aggressive, but you will need to pull back to build into that Orchid, to build into the Bloodstone. And he was just way too aggressive. He was up in front trying to get some really far forward farm to buy space, but he was constantly punished. They need to give the guy something that can just get off the moment you hit 6 a lot faster. Still, you've seen the draft coming out already, and Motivate.Trust, they open with the Void to take out the combo with the Phoenix, and they do pick up to deal with the Phoenix as well, but I don't have the best of confidence with a Faces Void first pick. It's so prone to being counterpicked. And even just this Venge follow-up from New Esports means that when you throw the Chrono out, you have to catch the Venge. There's no two ways about it. And Void against Phoenix is also a bit of a mixed bag. Like, if the egg goes off while you're in the Chrono, then it's detrimental to you. You have to make the choice. Can I stay and kill the hero in the Chrono, or do I have to run? There's a lot to think about now for MG.Trust when dropping that big spell.
There is, right? The reason maybe why they went into the Void is Jackie may have felt kind of helpless that last game. Like, we saw him on the Lifestealer, he had free farm. He was doing a pretty good job in my belief. His net worth was always pretty much the highest throughout the game, but on the Lifestealer he was getting kited, he was being controlled, and he really couldn't do anything to help out his team. Maybe with the Void, he'll feel like, I've got a Chrono, I can make big plays happen, you know, Void's very strong right now. Maybe that's just the idea here from Motivate.Trust, and they didn't want to wait till the second ban phase, because the Void probably would have been banned out. But like you said, it allows the counter picks to come out, and we've already got one in the Venge. Luckily, Motivate.Trust, they do at least get rid of the Drow Ranger now, so you aren't going to have that Drow Venge combination. But I'd hate to say it, John, you have another combination that is possible for New Esports if they want to run it. The Arc Warden Venge is available.
Oh yeah, and that one is even more valuable here because you have the Phoenix Egg. You get the egg, you drop the bubble, and that egg will live a bit longer, especially once you hit the level 2 mark on the egg. The Snap's not going to force it down by herself. Some right clicks will need to fly out, and New Esports, they can punish severely well with that. And look at MG.Trust banouts. Beyond Avenge, they have to ban out the Beastmaster because of the reliance on that Faces Void Chrono. These are just bans that will allow certain things to slide through for New Esports. Like, if we assume this is a Phoenix on off instead, and a core Phoenix along with a Sport Venge. There's room there for, say, an Oracle. So you get a free disarm there to interrupt that Faceless Void. You get to save anyone in that Chrono for a bit longer if you're not caught. And if you do get something like the Oracle, the Void will have to catch a Venge and an Oracle in the Chrono. You have to catch both supports, and chances are you won't catch both supports. It's just really difficult, especially with how new esports have been spacing themselves out. We saw that in game 1. They were so scattered off, you couldn't even get Soulbind onto 2 heroes to get a good Doom. So it's a tricky spot for Motivate.Trust. They do go with a Mirana. It's another long-range hitter to help them deal with the Phoenix Egg. Of course, the damage and control it gives you is pretty nice. What I wonder now is, how are they gonna run that duo of Snap Mirana? Like, both of these heroes don't enjoy being in POS 5, right? They need some initial farm, they need some initial EXP, and the prospect of a core Snap for Motivate.Trust, I mean, we've seen it a lot from different teams. We've seen it a lot more from Bach, but it's not the best. Bach, and I believe it was Raging Potato as well. It doesn't bring too much inspiration if that is going to be a Snap core, and as a support duo, it's going to be difficult to get those initial levels. That's what MG.Trust has to watch out for here.
That's fair. I do wonder as well if New are going to go into that Arc Warden pickup, right? You pointed out the fact that you can magnetic field on the egg, and you have to close the gap and kill it somehow. It's kind of disgusting to think about, right? Like, you've got a Snapbite, a combo the Phoenix, but then magnetic field can make it so you can't even do that. It could be a very rough one if they do go down that route. New Esports, for now at the very least, do go for the Sand King pick instead. That's fair. We have been seeing a bit of Sand King. It hasn't been very successful, right? The Sand King, it has been a bit off as of late. Whether they are going to run the core Phoenix or the core Sand King is now up for debate. You'd kind of hope it is going to be the core Sand King, because position 4 Sand King has looked really bad. As you just can't do anything up until you have that Blink Dagger up. But I'm sure it is probably going to be an offlane Sand King here for New Esports. Motivate.Trust, they're going to go into the Ember now. So just getting Fearless a hero that he wants to play, he feels comfortable on. And that might be the right way to do this.
Yeah, it definitely is. This is, again, a hero that does go up fast, so he can play a bit more active with the Ember Spirit early on. Not as much pressure to just sit back and farm. You can start farming heroes earlier, a lot more effectively. The hold from New Esports isn't the best, but it is also not too bad, especially the Burrow Strike. We've seen that really catch people out, especially when you do get it off from like a tree line. So that's something for Motivate.Trust to just weigh against. Just still have to be slightly cautious once the blink timing's ready there for New. New for their part, King in this case, I think it's still pretty darn good, not only for the team fight, but again, it's another way to deal with Chrono. You channel that epicenter outside when the Chrono's up, you Burrow Strike in, you're still gonna get the stun, you're still gonna get the damage off. And that's just another spell that MG.Trust will have to worry about. That's something Jackie has to be aware of, which means we might see a second item BKB here for the Void, just to be secure in the Chrono, which it's not the worst. At the same time, we've seen Voids forced to go BKB second item, and if you don't fight with a Chrono and you go second item BKB, you're not getting the maximum value from that item. So we'll see what Jackie opts for here, if he will want that early magic resist. But New Esports, oof, they're making it difficult, Mike. Like Gyrocopter as well coming out. So this Chrono now is really a big double-edged sword, right? If you catch the Gyro but not the Venge, Swap is there, and then Gyro control his spells. Gyro can fight outside that Chrono. You've got Gyro Venge for added range and Gyrocopter. For whatever reason that gives it, you've got that in play. So
works with the flat cannon.
Yeah, it works with that flak, and it's just really tricky now. Just they've still got a good lineup. They have to play perfectly with the Chrono. A lot of pressure on Jackie this game to just be relentless. Every time Chrono's up, you gotta smoke, you gotta moonlight, find even a single target pick off, and snowball that way.
I still do like where Motivate's gone with this with this draft, right? Like, I realize you've got Venge Gyro now. I don't necessarily think that's going to be the strongest combination, because the gyrocopter, I mean, we've seen it a couple times. It doesn't feel amazing. It hasn't had any love from Icefolk from a long time, and it's kind of just been left to be itself in the corner. And once in a while you see the gyrocopter picked up, but it's, you know, it takes a lot of farm to get online. Still, it looked like Esports, they might run a mid-wind range now, and obviously give the gyrocopter some space to just do what it loves doing, which is farming. We'll see. The debut of the gyrocopter throughout the BTS Pro Series, we'll see how effective it is going to be. Obviously, like you said, with the Venge, it's going to be more effective than it would have been by itself. Perhaps with the Venge, it is a lot more viable than it is by itself. And Motivate now. One more pickup. It looks like they're lacking a Masaros hero in the off lane. Unless they are going to run a POS 3 Snapfire, which I kind of doubt. I think it should be something very different for Masaros. And, well, you pointed out the Tide, John. It is still there.
Yeah. Would be pretty good here. You know, it gives you setup for the chrono, gives you follow-up for the chrono. Laning isn't the most amazing. Like, against a gyrocopter, that's already a ranged hero. You're probably not going to pressure it as much as you'd want, and that might just be what Motivate.Trust is looking for. It's also an additional cooldown, and we already talked about the reliance on chrono. You would be piling on a timer on your team to try to maximize. You know, it makes it a little bit more, you know, tight. The execution has to be really tight if they do go with that Masaros Tide, but that's something MG.Trust has been super comfy with. They do go with the Abaddon in this game. Not quite sure entirely why. There's not much to break. Maybe preventing the Shackle from having as much impact as before. It's going to be the big one. Taking off Fire Spirits, I guess, is really good here for Masaros, so they can focus on the egg as needed. Beyond that, you could be a bit annoying in the off lane. We'll see how much Masaros does force that out. Of course, it is going to be the DDZ Wind Ranger, as you mentioned, so it's going to be a core wind down mid up against Fearless's Ember. I think Fearless should have a better time here. He can block out the power shots with his shield. He can clear out the wave just fine. Level 6 timing, very important. Just needs to watch Shackle plays. We've seen a lot of big ones come out in the last game from Barry. BDZ's gonna try to set his eyes there to get that control, and a better draft here for MG.Trust, but New Esports are looking pretty sharp too. We'll have to see what Yamate does with that gyro.
Yeah, we will. Should be a very, very fun match between these two, and I do like this this Motivate.Trust draft. Definitely a bit better than the last draft we saw for sure, but it's just a matter of whether they can make these big work. Like, it's gonna be important for Jackie to land these big chronos, which I'm sure he will, because we have seen him on the Void quite a few times. He does do some very good work. And more importantly, can't have a bad lane again. That game one, Fearless lost his lane very, very hard, and the game fell apart. I think it's less reliant on the Ember than, say, it was the Storm from game one.
You have done.
This game number 2 for the side of Motivate.Trust. Lose mid again, and you have to spend the whole game catching up. I just don't know about it. I feel like New Esports will just take over if that happens.
Definitely. That's something on Fearless. There's that pressure to just make the mid lane matchup work. Ranger, again, I don't think it's the worst situation for Ember. You can play around your Flame Guard. You can maybe dodge out some spells with a Slow Fist. So there's a level of reaction time that's going to come into play, a level of pure mechanical skill in that matchup. So it should be a bit better for Fearless. I want to see what he does at level 6, level 7. Like, those early rotations have to pay off. We saw in game number 1, his Storm rotations just didn't lead to the kills they were looking for. He needs to buy that space. He is going to be the active hero while Jackie doesn't have Chrono. And considering that cooldown, Chrono is not up that much in a game.
30 seconds
True.
to battle.
Keep an eye on Yamate as well, see how fast he can get the farm up on the gyrocopter. Again, it's been one of those position ones that has just been forgotten for a very long time and hasn't really been popping up very often at all. See what they can do here with this hero. Of course, it is still as strong as any other hero if you can get the farm up. But it's just all about getting a few core items before you can really get involved. We'll see how Yamate does do. I mean, in terms of his farming, he has been doing a great old job as of late. He can replicate his performance from game 1, he should be pretty happy.
Yeah, and again, he's got this laning duo with Mozen on the Venge, so he gets a little bit more range, gets pretty good support to try and trade hits. So Mozen, of course, going to be playing with a Wave of Terror early, getting right clicks off. Masaros, Abaddon early on is not the tankiest beast, so he's going to have to balance out his use of the Aphotic Shield and the Mistcoil. We'll see if he'll opt to level a value point in the Curse. I don't think you're going to get the opportunity to get up close and personal to maximize early curses, but you know, with this kind of lane Q, on it, Mirana just stands back, you get the range creep every single wave, you just get that EXP flowing.
You do. See how Masaros can do on this Abaddon up at this top lane. Oops. Abaddon, one of those heroes that can really snowball out of control if you're not too careful. Of course, mid lane, DDZ and Fearless going to be up against each other once again. They will not be on the Storm Tiny this time, but rather the Ember Wind Ranger. So far, very nice start for DDZ. Looks like he has taken the small CS lead, but it's Wind Ranger. It's very easy to secure CS with Power Shot. Could be a bit hard for Fearless to really try and overtake the lane, and that's actually a very nice deny from DDZ on the range creep. And you don't want to lose those if you're Fearless. You do need that XP.
Yeah, it's the improved damage swing for Wind Ranger that really makes it easier to kind of make plays like that. Used to be a bit trickier, but
top lane, Q does end up getting first blood. Mozen the first one to go down on the Venge. But just diving the tier 1 tower, which is another thing you can do with the Abaddon. Aphotic Shield makes it very, very easy to just get underneath that tier 1 tower and dish out the damage you require.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising, allowing that aggressive move to be out. Like, even his level 2 curse for Masaros, you'd expect that he wouldn't find the opportunity to gap close, but if you do get the hits off, then that damage piles on, the slow starts to be annoying, the silence starts to hurt. And New Esports, and this is the one lane they can't afford to really lose out. The Gyro needs to be off to a running start. Yamate is finding farm, so as long as he's finding farm, I think Mozen's fine, but you have to be careful about feeding an Abaddon. You know, you don't want that here to grow big. You compare that to your off lane here, Candy Loon on the opposite side of the map with Barry on the Sand King Phoenix. They are up against the Faceless Void and that Snapfire, and there's some potency there. It is pretty much a steady farming lane. Candy did go for the 1-1 build, so no point in cost it, which means he can't shove the waves as hard.
Well, they try to go on to Candy Loon now, but he does Burrow Strike away. Of course, it will be difficult to get much damage onto the Sand King while Barry is around with those Fire Spirits. It's going to be very annoying for Jackie to get any harass out while those Fire Spirits are around from Barry. So you do also have Boom Bell there with the Scatter Blast, which can be quite effective, but it does seem like Candy Loon have a decent enough time behind his tier 1 tower. Just getting some CS off on that Sand King. And on the brighter side for Jackie, he is also farming extremely well on that Void. Not really being contested, and that's going to be a good feeling here for Motivate.
Yeah, it's about a creep wave of a lead for Jackie compared to Yamate, so it's going to be a slightly earlier start to his power treads into that Mask of Madness. And you know, the Faceless Void, if you get that easy ramp into the Mom, you can really accelerate your farm, up your damage in the Chrono. And that's a key factor for MG.Trust, just getting Jackie a good start, just as important as New Esports needs to get Yamate up.
Fearless gonna try for that haste rune, but Barry is gonna be able to pick it up, and that really sucks for Fearless, as now he's probably dead shot. Barry's just gonna chase him down, and that is a great power shot from DDZ. Oh, what an absolute sniper. DDZ from a mile away, getting the kill, and I don't mean to call it early, but that's probably your mid lane loss, John. DDZ is already way too far ahead in CS and now getting a kill. At least though, top lane, Masaros does manage to kill off the Venge. And bottom lane, Candyloon's going to be in a bit of danger as Jackie is starting to get aggressive here on this Void. Does manage to also get the offlane Sand King. So the mid lane's not going well, but the side lanes are going very well. Motivate.
Yeah, it's an interesting back and forth. The Sand King being slowed down is pretty big because we've seen Sand Kings lag behind. It takes a while. It takes a lot of jungle space to catch up. Jungle space that you're going to be sharing with a gyro. There's not much of that space to share out. And New Esports, I think up top, again, they're fine with Mozen dying as long as Yamate farms. He is still up there in last hits, and he hasn't died. So the gyro still making steady pace. Overall, it's fairly even. There is a slight net worth lead now, though, for MG.Trust. And New Esports, they're still slowly ramping up. I'd say for MG.Trust, Fearless being a level behind DDZ is worrying. And he did have those stats, but you know, you've got the focus fire ready to go. If you find a good Shackles opportunity, you could find yourself in trouble.
Top lane was in danger again, but Yamate gonna try and protect him by getting forward with that rocket barrage. Masaros just gonna chase down Yamate for a bit, but the arrow is not gonna land out from Q. By the way, those 5-minute bounty runes, John, actually mid lane, Fearless, he's in big trouble. Oh, DDZ is out leveling him by 2 levels now. Level 7 to level 5. That is very, very rough, and DDZ's also just got just about double the last hits. But once again, top lane is going very badly for New Esports. They do lose Mozen a 3rd time.
Yeah, it's a trade-off here for New. Like, they're losing their Venge, but they're buying a lot of space mid. They're still keeping Yamate alive for that onslaught. And you look at DDZ, not only is he 2 levels above Mike, he's got 2 null talismans. He's got the javelin. His right-click and focus fire is just way too much.
Yeah, yes it is. Luckily now, Fearless does hit the level 6 mark, so he's going to feel a little bit safer, but I can't say the same thing for the other people on the map. With that javelin up, anyone is killable now for DDZ, apart from the Ember and maybe the Void. Nobody else is really safe. As time goes on, he's going to work towards that MKB rush, and that's going to make matters a hell of a lot worse. See what DDZ does do in terms of rotations. New Esports, they'll just take it easy for now, just trust in that mid-win ranger to start applying pressure. And speaking of pressure, Mozen is going to show up now at the bot lane, and it looks like they want to start trying to get some damage off onto that tier 1 tower. Maybe even get a kill here, but Boombell is going to run straight into Mozen and scout him out. Get a bit of damage off, but ultimately Boombell will be okay.
And you have to be cautious here. There's a chrono ready to go on Jackie. If he's feeling it, he might just commit.
Thinking about it, a bit more damage, and he probably will just throw it out. Mozen gonna try and walk away. Jackie just gonna time walk forward, gets the bashes, and we'll just hold out. Now Candyloon is in trouble. He just used his Burrow Strike, so he's got to go but the graveyard, and that is exactly where he does go. It's all a nice rotation out from Fearless, helping set up a double kill for Jackie. And even top lane, Barry, just can't survive Masaros on the Abaddon. He'll also drop.
Yeah, it's a good look for MG.Trust. Those are big kills for them to get. Fearless, of course, on the Ember can be all over the map, and this fits his playstyle a lot more. Just low commitment rotations. Finding his snowball to start this way is going to help out massively. He's still pretty far behind in farm, but they are starting to play some catch up here. They get a free tower up top as well for MG.Trust. So 7-2, 3k lead. It's starting to pile on. New, they need to find that initial farm. You look at Yamate, like, he hasn't died, yes, but his farm is pretty far behind. Q is right on his tail, and that's a support Mirana that's almost matching your core gyro. That's not a very good look for that gyrocopter.
Yeah, that is very problematic. Picking up problematic bot lane. Jackie gonna commit the chrono, and that's gonna be Candyloon probably dying. He misses the Burrow Strike, and Fearless was there just in case. But Jackie will be the one to take another kill now. And he is 4-0 on that Void. A real problem for New Esports, as they are, again, having a good time in mid, but their side lanes are completely ruined. They're going for more. Yamate getting caught by the chains and the... He's gone. Try and call down, but he is definitely dead. They'll try and trade Jackie, but he's going to be able to time walk out of there. The only person they could get was Boombill on the Snapfire, but that's your Pos 5 Snap. He doesn't care about dying.
Wow. It's not a bad trade. They even have the Moonlight. They might find an opportunity if you're not careful.
Well, Fearless is going to come back in with the chains now, looking for some revenge here. EDZ, but they don't have the Chronos. This is a very dangerous team fight for Motivate to take. They do try and go after Mosen, but now there's too many heroes, and well, there is going to be a fight coming out onto Fields. Luckily for him, the stuns weren't long enough, and homing missiles going to follow him up with Barry coming in. Yeah, he's just getting ganked all right. There goes your Phoenix Egg. Boombill, he'll take care of it, and poor old Mosen is going to get stunned up by the cookie and is going to end up dying to Q on the Mirana.
Oh man, MG.Trust just finding their step here in game number 2. Masteros, he is just ready to go. He doesn't have any major item pickups yet, but he's at level 8. He's pocketing his borrowed time, so that's ready to go off at any single moment. And that just gives him so much more opportunities to be aggressive. We're seeing the weakness of new esports draft. That Phoenix early on, right, being countered hard by Boombill. And, you know, level 1 little shredder, that's all you need to really take out the egg. So, have to be a bit cautious when you do commit the egg. We don't even see an epicenter ready to go from Candy. He is, of course, opting for the Burrow Strike and Sandstorm first for farm and laning presence. Without the epicenter, though, that does take away your AoE damage, and you have to be a bit cautious.
Oh, Fearless. Caught out by the shackles, but he's going to be fine. It's like DDZ wants to try and set up for that bot tier 1 tower. Gonna be a bit of a slow process. He will eventually just commit the focus fire for it and should be able to clean up. Fearless, I don't think he wants to really jump up in here. He'll just throw a casual chains and Remnant away. And he won't mind it anyway, because they're taking the mid tier 1, which is just that much more valuable. New esports, they have to come back and defend this. They're gonna try. Masteros chains out with the arrow follow-up, and ooh, that's a very low Sand King. Q will literally just walk in and hit him once. And with that kill, Masteros happy to go back in. We'll be able to clean up the mid-tier 1. Cannot defend.
No, it's a big loss for them. Their jungle opens up wide now. Top and mid-tier 1's gone. At top jungle, they've got some nice wards here. Jackie's farming it up for himself. He's got the Mask of Madness on that Faceless Void. They've got the Chrono ready. Could easily fortify it out now if they wanted to. New esports. And they've got the egg ready to go. It's just, again, they don't have the combinations with the egg to really maximize it. They're just going to sit back. They've got some stacks for Yamate to take. He's already got the drums and the gyrocopter, but he's going to need a little bit more. You know, he's got level 9 up and running as well. If you find a good opening, you could make a play, but it's a bit surprising. You know, we saw DDZ run away at the start in the lane. He hasn't made the anything.
There's your Chrono, Jackie, not gonna hold on to it, and Candyloon is just gonna die. Had a nice amount of follow-up damage there from Boombill with the Snapfire, and that's what you want to see out of your Void. You just don't want to see Voids holding Chrono for 20 minutes. Every time they can get a kill, you just use it and take the kill.
Yeah, it's perfectly played there from Jackie. Just constant aggression, and that's really what you're looking for on MG.Trust's side. No downtime, no room to farm, no room to breed. Esports, so every single time they're buying Yamate's space, it's super costly. And again, we haven't seen DDZ transition that good start into anything meaningful with that Wind Ranger. MKB is almost done, but it hasn't really contributed up top.
Well, we'll get the Phoenix up top lane. He's out of the other side.
Beautiful.
Perfect. Meanwhile, top, Candyloon gonna go for Burrow and Vale onto Jackie with the focus fire from DDZ, but they can't keep up with the Void, so instead they'll turn their attention to Q, but he's gonna have an aphotic shield out from Masteros, and now they'll turn back around onto Candyloon. There's your is looking to master down, and he does. they do get one, but it's going to be a complete wipe if they're careful. New Esports, they might need to back off right now. MG.Trust, they are looking way too powerful at the moment. And they'll get the damage out. Barry going to go for the dive in. It's a nice shackles out from DDZ, but an Abaronja. Masaros can just aphotic shield and run, and he doesn't even need to shield. He'll just run. In fact, well, Q does at least go down to Yamate, but now he doesn't want to lose his life. All down, Masaros pops the borrowed time and just keeps going after that gyrocopter. So Jackie, he'll join in, but I don't believe they have the damage right now. They might need to just back there. Masaros will get stunned up. Now a cookie forward, another aphotic shield, but the shackles will be out, and DDZ will be able to get the kill. They do manage to barely turn it back around, but Jackie, he's to go back in. Still, Chrono's going to be back up in 20 seconds. This is how long going. There's this map fire kisses flying out. DDZ still wanting to fight, but needs to back off as it is raining fire on the Wind Ranger. Jackie back in, 10 seconds for Chrono. There's a double chains out, a nice shackles, but it's not going to matter. MG.Trust just won't stop. And while it looks good for a second there for New, it ends up being pretty bad in the end.
I mean, that's a dieback on Barry and the Phoenix in his rush to help out. And you mentioned how long it was. There's that Chrono ready to go now for Jackie. So they could easily just reset, look for another fight, and try again. New Esports, they cannot keep playing this game. Yamate still needs a lot of farm beyond those drums. He's making some decent progress in that jungle. You know, he's not too behind for it. Either his DD doesn't matter, but it doesn't feel impactful. He has the MKB, he needs a blink. They need that blink in the Wind Ranger just to jump in, get the fight started. Either the Wind Ranger, the Sand King, and once you have one of those initiation tools, I think you're going to be a lot happier on the side of New Esports.
Called out from Yamate, just trying to clear the creep wave in that mid lane. Man, he is really... What's he gonna buy? He's got 3.7k. Has the drums there, and he hasn't really made the decision yet, it seems.
Okay, MKB.
Hey, MKB. Okay. I was gonna say, I thought it might be the general ags that we always see from these more gyros, but well, he feels like he needs the damage, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. He is lacking damage.
Yeah, I don't think durability is the issue, so if you go ags, it's like a mix of durability and damage, but in this case, you don't need the durability. You absolutely need more right-click. MKG is going to be helping out. It also preempts a Butterfly pickups or maybe a Radiance pickup if they thought Fearless was going greedy. Not the case. It's going to be an ags for Ember as well, but it does cover your bases here. So you've got the Demon Edge up, a little bit more right-click flying out. The top tier 2 though is being sieged. You only really have Barry for the defense once more. Fortify is expended. That does open up some opportunities up. You look bot. New Esports trying to trade. They've got DDZ. Focus Fire isn't up, but would have been. This process is a bit faster for you if you want it to be.
I'm just going to focus it down with Masaros and Jackie. Of course, Curse of Avernus going to work on the tier 2 tower, and it's going to make it a much easier process for Jackie on that Void, who, by the way, is also working towards an MKB now. Just went for the BKB first, and has a double damage rune, so might go for the Roshan play. And why the hell not?
It's just perfect.
So simple.
That's all you could ask for. Into that pit. New Esports, no wards around the area. Wait, do you actually have one, but it's not spotting below that ramp. Very fast rush. The scan is there, but they're way too far out. It just melts way too quickly with that DD. And there's that second life. So Jackie has more room, more choices for when to drop that Chrono. Can drop it in the first life, wait for him to die first, and follow up with a Chrono. A lot of options. You've got a pipe up and running on Masaros. So you're going to be able to eat through the damage of the Sand King, of the Gyro, even the Phoenix. Not going to burn you as hard. It's all kind of up here for MG.Trust.
Jackie run into Mosen. They've left the Vengeful Spirit to die on her own, and even Fearless killing off Barry at the top lane. It's just gotten to that point now where the cause of Motivate.Trust can just pretty much kill anyone they want to. Which they can do about it, and speaking of, Yamate needs to be very cautious as they have his number. Fearless, he's popped the drums, or rather not, it was Yamate trying to pop the drums to run away. He does make it to the high ground. There is still a 6k net worth lead for Motivate, and there's still plenty of towers to be taken for him as tackles to be thrown out. Fearless just body blocking. Candy Loon's going to jump, but misses the burrow. Well, they'll get the TP's mid, and that'll be it. They're just happy to retreat.
Yeah, no major rush. MG.Trust still hold on to the Aegis. They're not quite in position to fully maximize Jackie, perhaps waiting for that MKB first, and just kind of forcing New in an awkward position, although there are TPs down bot.
Yeah, Masaros, he's not going to die. I mean, he's got no tower, so maybe he's got borrowed time. Focus fire. Okay, his team is trying to join up with him. He's got one charges. They're going to burrow strike him up. Focus fire. Masaros still alive, does eventually die, but now Jackie gets in there with the chrono, and he's got DDZ. A nice swap out, however, from Mosen, saving the life of his Wind Ranger, and they do also get the Aegis of the Void, but they have lost two. A double kill out for Boombell, and they want more. They're after Yamate now, who's going to try and man fight this one. Jackie's actually the one falling quite low with the stuns. The power shot. They do kill off Jackie. It's a great team fight out from New Esports.
Oh,
It's like if you trust, they just couldn't get it done.
You've got to be careful about that magic damage coming out here. If you don't have the Abaddon around with a pipe, you cannot tank through that damage. And losing Masaros is what enabled New Esports to go in. Their magic damage was suddenly there, their control wasn't being purged off. If New Esports continuously punish Masaros for overstepping, 5 for MG.Trust gets a bit more difficult, you know. They lose more opportunities, they lose a lot of durability. Masaros has to be very careful with his positioning, doesn't want to overextend that much in this game.
Does not. Yamate with that MKB up now is hitting so much harder. He was actually able to fight back with Jackie. Jackie yet up the MKB of his own. Still needs Demon Edge. Had he had that MKB, he probably would have killed off that Wind Ranger much faster. Would have been a whole lot different. G must wait out Jackie just a little bit longer. He's also going to give time for Yamate to get another item up, and speaking of another item, he's got 2.7 in the bank account now. Still not queued up, but you'd imagine at some point he must be going for the Aghanim Scepter. This could be the time.
Yeah, it's accurate. You've already got one DPS item up, so now you can stack on the durability, and we saw him barely survive. If he gets the Ags, it's going to be easier for him to stand and easier for him to last true and do the damage he needs. However, if he survive, if he gets the Ags, it's going to be easier for him to stand and easier for him to last true and do the damage he needs. However, you've got this Ags up for Fearless, so he has more remnants, more range, more damage. Is something to watch out for, and MG.Trust are going to try to reveal it with a smoke.
It will. Still may have been worth waiting for Chrono. It's 15 seconds away. They are a bit early, but they're going to remnant in with Fearless. Mosen, he'll just get a swap out on Yamate, and Yamate will keep it the call down. Jackie just wrapping around, waiting for the Chrono, but he'll jump in onto Yamate. They'll cancel the TP. Mosen probably to drop, and Yamate, he just dies to Fearless. In fact, Q even killing off Barry on the Phoenix. Apparently they don't need the Chrono.
Yeah, the New Esports were split up really well. There was no opportunity for the Chrono, but when they do break up, when they don't have the follow-up stuns from Candy Loon, and they don't manage to commit, say, the Egg and the Epicenter on top, it is dicey. So they lose out in a nice fight there, coming out from MG.Trust. They take that bot tier 1. They start to set their sights onto these remaining tier 2s. They want to start clearing out the map control, start really keeping New Esports in their base. They're gonna need to clear the objectives to make that happen.
Tier 2 mid tower, not gonna last very long. Candaloon can't really do much on the Sand King to stop this. Now, watch it go down, and the pings are already coming out for that bottom tier 2 tower now. We'll just start getting to work as you look back at Yamate. He's trying to finish off a BKB to deal with this side of Motivate. Of course, Fearless has been a big thorn in Yamate's side. Still need a way to defend this tier 2 tower, but well, they're going to smoke up. They're going to give it a shot. Only problem being they have just got the MKB up on Jackie, and he's going to be able to get a chrono. No, the Burrow Strike is there in time. Jackie's still moving forward. Does get stunned up again. He's going to turn back around onto Candaloon. Still no chrono. Jackie, he's losing too much HP. What? He gets the chrono off, but there's nobody to capitalize off it. He didn't time walk. DDZ, he was focus firing him with an MKB and he underestimated the damage output. They'll keep going for the fight. Mosin about to fall. The egg will get bursted by Boombill, and now Fearless. He'll keep moving onto DDZ. But they don't have the chains to lock him down, so instead they'll turn around onto Yamate. Chains do not connect, however. And somehow Motivate still win that team fight, even without that void. The new Esports, they've got to feel a bit bad about this one. How do they win 4v5?
It's a tough one. They need to commit that epicenter. There's been a lot of patience from Candaloon in finding those opportunities. I don't think they can play it reactive. They have to be the aggressors here. We see that work out for them the best. And if you can just jump in with the epicenter Burrow Strike, that just relieves a lot of pressure from DDC to get a good Shackles off. Although
Chains out with the Mortimer's Kisses flying into BDZ, and he's taking so much damage, but Mosin will save the day. It's going to cost him his own life, however. The life of a Vengeful Spirit, and now Jackie back in without the chrono, but just jumping. Great chains out from Fearless, and they are going to burst down 2 more, and Jackie, with that BKB, wanted to go for more, but he will think better of it. Maybe now, however, Yamate, he was a bit far forward. Masaros will get started. Yamate pops the BKB, but the bashes are still going to go through it, and Jackie does kill him off. And there is no buyback available on Yamate.
big one. That's the kill they're looking for. There's still an option to play with the epicenter for Candaloon, but options are limited. Like, DDZ can only do so much solo. The cooldown on focus fire now, with the changes, of course, in how you build and what the Ags does, means that you're not able to just constantly spam it, and that just means there's so many opportunities here for MG to just siege away. There's nothing to stop them.
No, there is not. MG.Trust, they'll take the first racks of the game, and they look to back out. No need to rush this. Of course, there was about 20 seconds left for Yamate to come back into this, but it's going to be a bit too short for them to really try and take another barracks. I mean, they could always just wait out the next Roshan. In fact, it's already up. So, yeah, it's about that time.
Perfect. Just go right in, and new Esports right now, they don't have any wards watching at pit, so it's going to be a straightforward take. This is not an objective they can allow to slip away. They've lost their outpost as well. There's not going to be any TP points. They're going to have to really be aware of that pit somehow. I'd say a ward would be really good, but they just can't get in position. And there's those pinks. MG.Trust straight into that pit.
With the damage you have on Jackie right now, there's no reason not to. He hits so hard. It's going to be a very easy Roshan take. Even the Moonlight Shadow out now, just in case. Nobody is coming from new Esports. I mean, they've smoked up, but they're not going to make it in time. Roshan's down. Jackie will take the Aegis, and Cheese will go to Masaros, making him that much harder to kill, and they'll smoke into that mid lane. Jackie trying to bait for a team, but it is very obvious, and now the Remnants fall. They want to get the chains on Fearless, and they got two. The great chrono out from Jackie. He caught again. They're going to take down Mose. There goes BDZ, and there goes Barry. Yamate's left behind. He's trying to fight. A great Burrow Epi out, but it means nothing. They have the damage. It just doesn't matter. Jackie on a triple kill. This game, really starts to look to be over now. They're going to buy it back, but this should be the last team fight.
They've got the egg. If they can somehow pull a miracle play with Barry, that is it. They don't have Epicenter. They don't have Yamate for a long time. There's a lot of work they have to put in if they have any hopes of stopping this push.
Nice shackle out. That'll delay things here from DDZ. And DDZ didn't really go for the cooldown talent at level 10, so he's got to wait a bit longer for that shackle. It's up back towards that top lane. Dota Plus is sitting at 99% right now for Motivate. I'd say that's fairly accurate. As Jackie gonna jump back in, and Mosen, he's already been picked off. He has buyback, but he's gonna have to commit straight away, and he will. They have the full team up. They have most ultis up apart from the epicenter. Barry gonna jump in straight away with the egg, and now Candy with a great burrow out, but the egg is focused down too fast. Yamate, he's taking too much damage again from Jackie, and he's gone. DDZ, he's not dealing enough damage anymore. The control is just not there from New Esports, and this series will end in a draw. As Motivate.Trust, they do take the second game, and the GG has been called.
Yeah, they correct the issues in their draft from game 1. They give Fearless a hero he can play early on. He didn't have the best of times up against that mid coming out there from New Esports. DDZ was doing a fantastic.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Disruptor.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team ban.
Faceless void.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay.
Fire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
你气不气？
Radiant team, pick. Dire team. Radiant team, pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
队友呢？队友嘞？哎，队友呢？队友呢？队友呢？哎，
should be very, very interesting. And John, I'm very curious. I realize TNC have got a stand-in for their position one, as Gabby did have a power outage, I believe it was. But whose draft do you like better? Ignoring the teams, don't even worry about who's playing what. What draft is better in your opinion?
Oh, that's a tricky one. I would give a step up to Faces Void draft to Among Us, because they've got the Snap Faces Void combo, the Faces Void Disruptor combo, a lot to throw in Chrono. At the same time, that's like a double-edged sword. If you miss a Chrono, or if you only focus on catching one, then it kind of falls apart. And in this case, Savage has a lot of work to put in. He's got to catch March. March is super disciplined to stand back. Might make that more complicated, but I do think it's a bit easier to pull off just because Among Us has a lot more teamfight spots to throw out. TNC, for their part, it's the RP show. Tim's Tiny with a blink is going to help you set up, but in terms of a bigger 5v5, their control is not as spectacular as Among Us, and that's where Among Us wants to play. They're going to group up as, well, not 5, but probably 4 or 3 early on, force some fights out, buy space for Abed to get the Desolator blink, and once you're there, you're good to go. It's just a little bit more fail-safes to ensure that you win the team fights out. TNC, it's a bit more in the bleeding edge. You've got to maximize the false promise. You've got to get decent RPs here. Catch the backline. Catch Abed. That's going to be the big one. Because if you allow him to just hit out, he's going to do tons of damage. So I do favor Among Us, but it's very close. I think the drafts are pretty competitive. It's going to be down to execution here, Mike. And it's going to be a really tight matchup here. It's going to the big test for Among Us, as a lot of people want to say.
For the record, by the way, John, because a lot of people are bringing it up in the chat. Do we know who Tony Stark is?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because I remember we were having some lobby issues, which is why we were slightly late to this game. So we didn't actually get to ask Tony Stark was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I know some people have been asking. I believe Larry was there, John. Good old Larry.
Oh,
yeah, he's in the chat asking if we could tell who Tony Stark is. We don't know. We'll try to find out in game number 2. But right now, we honestly don't know the answer to that question. What are they talking about, John?
No, they're
asking.
Yeah, they're like, oh, who deleted me on friends list?
I am Iron Man. All right.
I believe that if he was playing Clockwork. And Clockwork Core, Tony Stark, you gotta do it if you're actually Iron Man. I don't believe you. That doesn't look like Iron Man. That looks like a fursuit. It looks like a furry, Mike.
It does. Odds are up, John. Loop Bet, excuse me, saying that the odds are very even for this one. TNC, the very, very slight favorites. But we're talking 10 cents kind of slight. It's not a big deal here. So it's very, very even, according to Loop Bet. I would have to agree.
Yeah, and actually, you know, I want to go back to what we were talking for mid lane. It's the Armel Magnus coming out here, Mike. He is going to be on the mag. He's going to be laning up against that TA of Abed. That is a bit of an interesting prospect, right? The Magnus can play with Empower, shove waves out. I think if you play it with Shockwave on top of the Empower, you can clear out those waves a lot better, but Abed shouldn't struggle too hard. He's going to have to wait for some levels in Sideblades to really be safe, but there are ways to dance around this, and that does mean, you know, on the offlane, you're going to have the KP Void Spirit as well. So an interesting swap out of heroes, and should be a much more active time with the offlane Void Spirit as well. You can see Cape and Tims are already trying to find a way into the lanes, playing with that level 1 toss. It's not going to be easy, but if you force out those early use of time walks, it's a pretty long cooldown.
It is. I do like the mag mid over the Void Spirit mid, especially when you are up against the TA anyway. So you don't really want the Void Spirit mid up against that TA because you can't do anything. At least with the Magnus, you can push the wave out and go to the jungle. And I believe that will be the idea from Armel. Should work out a bit better here for TNC. Of course, looking up to that top lane, you'll see Tony Stark there with March. the Ursa Oracle, and they'll be up against Jabs on the Snapfire and Cuckoo, of course, on the Centaur. Should be a fairly decent lane for our Ursas. The Centaur can't do too much in the way of harassing out this Ursa in the safe lane.
No, but at the same time, the Centaur shouldn't be under too much pressure. It's going to be a fairly even farming lane. It's only down to how Jabs and March kind of harass each other out. I think that's where most of the action will be focused on. March, for his part, has been a lot more in the lane here. He's not going for those pulls. The wave has been shoved in. So that means our Tony Stark is finding some decent farm. But Cuckoo's not too far behind. And if you let Cuckoo have that steady build-up into the Piper Vanguard, we know that Cuckoo is just ready to go. He doesn't wait for much, just one little HP item, and he is ready to commit at that 10-minute mark.
By the way, should give a quick shout out to our American friends, John. Of course, we did switch over to BTS 1, so some of the NA fans that were watching, you know, NA will probably still be around. Hello and welcome. It's probably very late for you right now in the middle of the night, but hopefully you're enjoying some good SCA Dota.
Yeah, it's always a bit different, right? Like, Southeast Asia is always known for in-your-face Dota, and it's certainly going to shape up that way. TNC, Among Us, just slowly building up their farming leads. Looking at mid, Abed is falling a bit behind. Armel's starting to leverage that wave clear he has. Of course, there's a big wave here for Abed to take, and it sort of evens out from that. Power runes are going to be important. That's about 1 minute left, and you look up top. It's not a good spot.
March does go down for that first blood. It's like Cuckoo did commit the hoof stomp, and I'm assuming it was a cookie into a hoof stomp and then the scatter blast out from Jabs. So a nice start here for Among Us. Cuckoo going to have a very nice start on that Centaur now, and that's going to be generally important, right? As the offlane Centaur, getting that bonus gold early does make it so you can really get some more sustain out and feel much more comfortable in the lane.
Yeah, it's going to allow Cuckoo to build that slow farm, steady farm into his Vanguard or his Hood of Defiance, depending on what he feels like he needs. And then he's off to a running start. Tony Stark, he's starting to suffer a bit in that lane. Last hits aren't quite as high as you'd want them to be, especially when you compare it to Savage. So our Ursa not finding as much space. March is going to make the movements down mid to refill the bottle, and then doesn't find the Rundo. So Jabs has an Invis, gonna sneak around here, might find an opportunity.
To get that cookie stun off first onto Stark. It's like Tony Stark is gonna back off for a bit, and March is gonna go for a small camp pull. Jabs will just soak the XP off March and probably steal a few creeps here. Nice little scatter blast. That creep wave is eventually just going to end up pushing out again towards Cuckoo now. But they are going to be underneath the tower, and they are going to double up very, very soon. That just means Cuckoo's going to continue to have a great game. Nothing really there to stop him. But let's look at our mid matchup again. Abed versus Armel. Armel is leading in terms of CS right now, 34-10. Abed at 30-2. And the thing is with both these mid laners is they are both going to be revolving around the jungle and the mid lane. So you are going to find that their CS should be skyrocketing quite fast, quite soon.
Yeah, it's all about those stat camps, and both of them have easy access points. I do believe it's slightly better for Abed, just dipping into his camp. A little nicer, but the triangle for Armel is highly efficient, and he can self-stack as needed. So that is something that Among Us has to be aware of and disciplined enough. They've got to ward that jungle up at some point. Same goes for TNC. You don't want either of these mid-cores to find that early farm. And you look at TNC, they are fairly deep in. Tims has a spare obs, but he's not dropping it anywhere. They're just making it hellish for Whitemon to get anything done.
They got the 8th remnant lock, but KB not going to have the backup of Tims yet. Savage now going to try and go for a kill here onto KB, and of course he is only level 4 at the moment, so they might just be able to get it. Savage time walking forward. They'll glimpse KB back the other way, but that's going to give him a way to get out. Savage, he doesn't have time walk for another 10. Well, that glimpse, I don't think that was the idea, but mid lane. Armel also falling extremely low, but March will be there to help him out.
These missed kill opportunities do hurt. Have to tighten up that coordination. Small mistakes like that, TNC is going to be very happy with getting away with. And you can see Armel double damage rune into his stacks.
Nice kill onto Tims there from Whitemon. Feeling good about that one on the Disruptor. Of course, would have loved to give it over to his carry, but couldn't really die at that T1 tower. And now Armel in that mid lane needs to run, but he doesn't want to because Abed is going to take these stacks away. Needs to posture around this camp, but he just can't afford to. I believe they might try and group up now and get onto Abed. March gonna circle around with the Fortune's End. Abed gonna hold out with the Refraction, but there's your Avalanche toss. Stampede will be out from Cuckoo. Armel will skewer forward, but doesn't have the RP available, so he can't lock Abed down, and he will be fine to run away. Still Tony Stark now. We'll go on the Jabs. Jabs, he's gonna cookie up to the high ground into the neutrals, but Tims is gonna be there to toss him back into Tony Stark, and the Ursa will manage to pick up the kill.
Oh yeah, it's a lovely time for Tony Stark. Early rotation out, but they do manage to spot out the stack. They trade 2 stacks away for 1, and that's still a decent time. You can see Cuckoo just staring at them, soaking some EXP away to mitigate that gain. And overall, I think TNC happy enough. Not very pleased with losing the stacks for Armel, but you're getting some stuff here for Tony Stark. He's off to a pretty decent start on the Ursa. You're still looking for what he wants to build up first. Doesn't look like it might be the Battle Fury, so we'll see what he goes for. Maybe the SNY in this case, since he doesn't need the Empower anymore. I mean, he has the Empower.
That's true. Holding out for now. In terms of net worth, he is about 400 gold behind 23 Savage. But definitely just a little bit behind, but we haven't really counted that Empower yet. As Armel has been just focused on farming himself on this mag, and of course you want that Echo Saber and Blink Dagger up ASAP on these Magnuses. Armel is going to have that up at about 900 gold. He'll at least have the Echo Saber up and available, and that should make it that he actually has some damage to pump out here after that RP.
Yeah. Gonna help him accelerate his farm as well if they want to play that slower game. You're not seeing too much aggressive moves out from TNC. They do drag Tony Stark bot, so they've got 4 heroes here. They're trying to apply that pressure on that tier 1. You're not seeing the same movement yet from Among Us, but I suppose if you just leave Cuckoo alone, he will melt towers as a Centaur when he gets hit, so they can get a solo push going top while maybe looking for a defense counter fight here on bot.
KP's thinking about it. He's gonna run up with the Empower and spot out Savage. Wants to be a bit disruptive here and just not allow him to free farm, and Savage will just go ahead and TP up towards the top lane now. He doesn't want to waste his time down at this bot jungle any further. And of course the T1 towers will be traded off. TNC, they are set up very nicely to deal with this bottom T1, and of course the side of Among Us are gonna focus down the top T1. But TNC do have time to defend this if they want. They would be fighting into a chrono, however, so it looks like they don't really want to waste their time. And instead, TNC are going to just collapse mid, it seems. Perhaps onto Jabs.
Yeah, it would be a big tower to take as well if they relieve that pressure. And if you take that mid tier 1, that's going to make it much more difficult for Abed to find farm and TA, so you don't want to give this objective away.
Gonna step in onto Jabs. Nice toss back there from Tims. Jabs gonna cookie away and should not make it out. He does go down, but Whiteman gets a glimpse back onto Tims. Only issue being is there is no one else there to capitalize off that glimpse. But TNC, it doesn't really seem like they have the capability to take that mid tower yet. They are still gonna posture with this siege creep and get some damage out, but it really should only be a bit of chip damage.
Yeah, even if you don't take the tower though, forcing the supports down that mid lane means that the side lanes are a bit safer to farm in. You don't have to worry about rotations to your Magnus, to your Ursa, so they're getting free space to build up. You've got the drums running now on Tony Stark. That will mean that, you know, as long as the Magnus is ready to go, you empower the Ursa, he can run down lanes, he can run down heroes.
Savage.
That's something Among Us has to be careful about.
Savage is looking at mid lane. He has that chrono and MOM up. booked up. He's going to loop around past the tier 1 tower, and he's going to spot out March. He'll go for the Oracle first. Arbet going to jump in with his own Blink Dagger. That'll be March gone. Now KB getting caught out by jabs, and there'll be your Chrono and the Mortimer's Kisses to fly out. And that's just a great rotation out from Among Us.
Yeah, all of a sudden that coil unwounds. They find themselves some 2 decent kills. You didn't find the Mag or the Ursa, which are the preferable ones, but you're building that snowball effect. Now Savage gets his first Chrono used very well. They clear that mid-tier 1 first, and suddenly that jungle gets a little bit trickier for TNC to maintain. You already have Cuckoo playing on the top camps. This means Tony Stark and Armel will have to look elsewhere to get that safe farm.
It's a real concern for Armel. He really desperately needs that jungle to be able to get the gold up for his Blink. That's the one of the reasons why the Magnus was so strong in the first place, is you could jungle so early with that Empower up. But he's going to be a bit more limited now, and well, matters are only getting worse for TNC, as Cuckoo has farmed so freely that he has a Blink Dagger up on the Centaur. There goes Whitemon. He does go down to the Disruptor. They are going to try and get around Cuckoo and force out that Stampede, but Tims is just blocking the way and is ready now with the Avalanche Toss to go back in on the Centaur, and this should be a very easy kill out onto Cuckoo. KB with a double kill on the Void Spirit, but mid lane, Arbet going to chase down Armel for a bit. Will not go too much further. Arbet just going to back off and try to get enough gold to finish off his Desolator.
Yeah, it's a good trade for TNC, just giving themselves some momentum back. 4-4, 1k lead for Among Us, so it's not significant. TNC is still showing that they've got Bite left in their lineup, of course. They're still waiting for that Blink. Armel's just about 400 gold off, though. So once you've got that, you are pretty much set to go. I love the build-up here on Tony Stark as well. Going into that Heaven's Halberd, the disarm is just going to be easier to pile on, so now you can disarm Savage and Abed at the same time with your Oracle and the Heaven's Halberd. These physical cores, if they're not careful, they're gonna have a bad time.
Smoke up into the mid lane. Cuckoo wants to use that Blink, but AP is going to be able to back off in time, and Abed tried to blink forward to get some vision for Cuckoo, but ultimately KP was already out of there. So instead, it looks like Among Us, they do want to start grouping up towards that top lane and maybe pressure that tier 2 tower. You do have the Chrono coming back off cooldown in 10 seconds. But they do have to now deal with the Armel Blink. For TNC, this might be the perfect time to get a big smoke going and defend that tier 2 tower with that Blink Dagger up.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity. They're ready to go. This is the chance for Armel to make use of this second RP. I believe he used it once down mid. And this is the game changer. We see a lot of teams be patient like this, trade evenly, but with the Blink, you know, the Magnus can set up opportunities here. And Among Us, they should be aware, but they are still staying clumped up.
No, looking at Savage, does just commit the RP onto the Void, and they all just jump him straight away. Savage is blown up, and now it's on to Cuckoo. Stampede already committed, and it looks like everyone is going to be able to leave. But they got what they came for, TNC. You got the big target in the Void. You can just enjoy freely farming the map up now.
Yeah, they've bought themselves some space out. They punished Savage for standing really far forward. He is taking the front line for his team, him and Cuckoo, because they are still waiting out for Abed to finish up his item. He's flying out the Death. So now the TA does have the Blink Desolator up. The timings are lining up for both teams, and there are chances for big 5v5s. There's a bit of pressure here on Savage to catch at least 2 in the Chrono. You have to watch out for March. You cannot allow March to be outside of Chrono now. He's got level 8. He's got that False Promise to save whoever gets caught out. And of course, he's got the Edict to disarm. So March has to be priority in the Chrono catch-out. They are making a Roche play though.
Well, they know the RP's not up, so they're going to try and sneak the Roshan. RP still 1 minute away. TNC, it looks like they have got a whiff of what's happening, but they can make it perhaps. No, KP doesn't jump in, and he's been caught out by the Static Storm of Whitemon. The nice pick up there for Among Us.
Oh,
KP,
definitely.
he was trying to get vision with the Aether Remnant, but just a second too late.
Yeah, punished for that move forward, bringing us to a drawn kill board, 5-5, 1k lead for Among Us still. They have the chrono. The RP still half a minute though.
Tim's tried to blow up Whitemon, but now he might pay for it. He's being controlled in that kinetic field, and he's going to be stunned up, and March will be there to try and save, but Arbed now going to take his life away instead, and it looks like Tim's might die anyway, but Stark's going to jump in, try and help out his support. Tim's will survive for now. He'll make a run for it. They're back onto Tony Stark, but here comes Armel. He has RP in 5 seconds. He just needs a bit of time. KB buying that time for him. Still waiting. Armel going back in after Cuckoo. Will take down the Centaur, but now the chrono is out from Savage. They could not get the RP in time, and Savage will turn this team fight back around for Among Us. Now going up to Tony Stark with the cookie. He's not going to be able to reach, and Tony will be fine to walk out. But Among Us are going to be very, very happy with that trade. It's a 2 for 4.
Oh yeah, excellent win for Among Us. Great use of a chrono, and TNC, they're forced to react one by one. So at first it's the two supports, and then your cores come in. You need to engage as a team. You can't afford to stagger it out. The bright side here for TNC is that they've got chrono, they've got RP while the chrono is down. So it's now TNC's turn perhaps to look for some aggressive plays forward.
Tim's trying, gets the avalanche toss onto Whitemon again. Static Storm going to be dropped. Tim's, he couldn't finish off the kill yet. March is trying to help him out. They will cookie. Savage, or rather, the Ursa. Stark is going to be in trouble. Savage still chasing him down. The Enrage is going to buy time, but Arbed is there and should be able to wipe him out. Tony Stark still on the run. They miss a hit. Armel, he's got the RP, he's waiting for the right moment, and he will commit it onto two heroes and Stark. He'll turn back around now with some damage out. A great skewer from Armel back into the tier 2 tower, and with the avalanche now from Tim's, they can fight back. They'll get the Aegis onto Arbed, and they'll also kill Cuckoo. But Jabs jumping back in now with the cookie, but Armel has got too much damage and too much control. They'll get rid of Jabs, but Arbed still wants to fight. It's not going to be enough. He will drop. And so does Savage. The only person to survive was Whitemon. He'll get an Invis rune and make a run for it, but KB and Tim's wanted to keep the chase up, but they do not have detection.
That's a wonderful win there for TNC, and you can see the focus of both teams to play around those timers. You know when the chrono is down and you've got RP, you've got the advantage. Now, both spells are down, they're still going to look for the defense. Can't give this tier 1.
Cuckoo, avalanche toss out, KB jumping straight in with the Aether in to latch on, and now Armel just skewer Cuckoo away. He does get the Stampede off in time, and he will not make it out. Tim's throwing the tree, and that was just barely enough damage to secure the kill. And with that, they will finally get that tier 1 mid.
It evens out the map control for TNC. They're still playing really far forward. Have to be a bit cautious. Chrono is going to be up for Savage, and it looks like Among Us, they want to maximize it. They're ready to go. No smokes out though, but they're going to look for an opportunity. TNC, you have to space out March carefully. He's going to be key in breaking up that chronosphere here.
Tim's just in the Radiant jungle. They do spot him out now. Tim's, he's got the memo. He goes for a run, blinks onto the high ground, and they will not be able to stop him from TPing. Nice quick play out from our Tiny. Of course, while that was happening, 23 Savage did get the MKB up and does also have Chrono up, so they want to go for a big smoke. Do scan out March. Tony Stark right behind him. Savage won't be able to get the Ursa, but he might be able to get 2 more. They'll jump March with the Static Storm. Tony, he's posturing around Savage. And Savage is jumping back in. Commits the Chrono now to Tony Stark with the kisses to fly out, and that might just be your Ursa gone. March, he bought back. A glimpse back onto Tim's now. They'll go after the Tiny. Tim's might just also be dead, but March, he has the false promise. He may commit here, but no, he does not. And March, you don't want to die like this. You just bought back. But Savage is not going to let him get out of here for free. KP asking him to not ruin his hiding spot right now. He is very scared of Among Us. So KP will at least be able to hide. But a very unfortunate set of events for TNC as they just walk in one by one and get punished every single time.
And that's what they have to. That's what they have to watch out for. Being split apart as a team, they need to execute together. The supports are so key to winning those team fights that you actually don't want to lose Tims or March. If you have to play forward, it has to be KP. I think his hero is the one that you will have to sacrifice as the pawn to make sure everyone else gets the openings they want. So, got to watch that spacing for TNC still. Progress being made. Armel with that space used has a BKB ready on the Magnus, so you can't break his blink in. He will, for the most part, find the opportunities to get the RP. Static Storm alone is not going to be enough. Have to be cautious about that if you're Among Us. It's a big tool for TNC to just get the initiation they want consistently now.
As you can see on the graph right now, Among Us, they have had the net worth lead for pretty much the whole game. It has been a bit back and forth, but right now leading by 2k net worth, and that is a quick Aghanim Scepter from Jabs. Just rushed it.
Yeah, he was given a lot of space by his team to get that done. Now they've got some utility. There's some saves here that Jabs can play with, and that's something TNC has to be a bit aware of. There are ways of playing that defensively and offensively. You could use it to spit Savage on top as well. So opportunities have opened up for Among Us, but you can see TNC, they had that BKB. They want to smoke and try to make it work.
It's gonna be awkward timing though if they get a good jump in with that Ags. Like if you maybe spit Cuckoo out or even 23 Savage in the right position, it could come across as a pretty big surprise for TNC, as I don't think they'll be expecting that Aghanim Scepter on the Snapfire to be up. It is just very unusual to make the Ags rush. Still TNC, they're going to avoid the team fight for now and go up towards the top lane, see if they can secure a free tier 1 tower. But Fnatic, or excuse me, rather Among Us, have smoked up because the name tags haven't changed yet, John. And we might see the gobble up. It's Among Us. Gets back, is going to be there onto Tony. He will enrage immediately. Now the gobble up onto Arbet. Straight onto Tony Stark, but Arbet going to jump around. Savage looking for a chrono attempt. They're going to focus down Tims on the Tiny. Arbet is going to be able to clean him up. Now Savage still moving forward, knowing they are trying to TP out, is looking for some more stragglers. And March, well, he's going to try and TP, but there will be a glimpse out from our Disruptor. And March is going to be stuck in the tree line to try and figure this one out. But he cannot. He is going to go down, and they found another. KP stuck in the Static Storm. 23 Savage is not going to allow Whitemon to go down. He'll take the kill for himself. And it'll be a 3-0.
Yeah, they used that reveal really well. So you had Abed just bouncing around, getting spat forward, blinks away. It gets pretty confusing as to where you need to be when you've got that much mobility, and that timing is perfect. Roshan up, second rush for the game, Aegis Cheese. It doesn't even last that long. It's just gone.
Another great Roshan out for Among Us. Aegis onto Arbet. Savage will hold the cheese for himself on the Void. They're still looking very, very good here for Among Us.
Yeah.
Do you look at Tony Stark right now on that Ursa, John? He has not really had a good game. His farm has been very, very, I want to say average, to be honest with you. It hasn't been spectacular.
No, it definitely hasn't. I'd say in the context of this game, slightly subpar is a pretty decent point for it. I mean, he's right beside Cuckoo, who has been sacrificial, right? He's been the player for Among Us that just stands in front, dies first, and he's barely matching that for him. He's barely ahead of it, so it's not where you want to be as the Ursa. We were expecting Flash form with the Empower, but it hasn't been showing up. He is rushing the Abyssal on the Ursa, so you're going to have mobility there, but you're still concerned about the Chrono. There's a disarm up on Cuckoo as well. So the Heaven's Halberd is going to stop a lot of that burst damage that Tony Stark wants to bring out. Even Armel might be caught unaware by it still. TNC, they've been sitting on that RP and the BKB for a while. They're going to try to smoke up to find a kill.
Well, of course, all props to Tony Stark. He did just have to come in last minute, so I don't exactly blame him for the farming right now. Of course, it is very, very hard to to gel with the team. You literally just joined a couple minutes ago. They are going to group up, smoked up. They know that Dire Jungle is occupied by Among Us, but that smoke is going to wear off, and it is becoming very, very obvious that the smoke was happening. Still KP, gonna show himself now. Tim's gonna make a jump onto Arbit, but there's Savage going on Tiny. There's your gobble up. The RP gonna be cancelled by the hoof stomp from Cuckoo. No, he misses the RP. And Tims is already gone. With that RP gone, they are just gonna go for the team fight, and Savage gets a two-man chrono off with the kisses to fly in, and Among Us, they are dominating the side of TNC. They're making it look easy, John. They are making it look very, very easy.
Oh, they really are. Jabs and Cuckoo. The timing on the spit. I mean, that's just the most perfect spit timing you could ask for. In the middle, the stop to break the RP. And, you know, when you're smashing R to get it off before a stun, it can pull through that stun. So unfortunate for Armel not finding that opening. That's the BKB review. That was the 10-second charge. Doesn't amount to what you'd want it to, and all of a sudden, Among Us, 21-13, 10k lead. They can start sieging that high ground. They still have the cheese ready to go. They've still got a lot of options. They don't have Chrono, but they can melt these towers fast.
They definitely can with that Deso Womp, and of course Savage is already hitting so darn hard. Still got that cheese on Savage. Tims, he trying to go for the toss back, but gets a creep. And that'll be enough for Among Us. They take the tier 3. They'll just retreat back to safety. Time to farm up some tier 3 items for themselves, I think. TNC, what are they up to? They're gonna try and re-invade this jungle. Savage thrown onto the cliff, and now BKB's up. I'm not sure this is where he wants to be. Tony Stark is controlling him, but Savage is now gonna try and fight back up against the Ursa. He'll time walk away. They'll stampede, trying to retreat, but Arbit, he'll go on to Tims instead. That Tiny gonna melt to the damage of this TA, and now they look to reinitiate. Armel, he had RP in 10 seconds. He just needs more time. March, however, into the static storm now. He can't do anything to get out of this and is going to get bursted by Cuckoo. Here comes Tony Stark back into the team fight. Armel's got that RP back up, but Savage, well, he has Chrono in 30 seconds. It's going to be a bit of time, so Armel, he'll jump back in. There's KP taking all the attention away, but Armel cannot find a good RP opportunity. He's still looking for it. Savage does get RP'd now. There's Tony Stark jumping in front. The avalanche coming out from Tims and Cuckoo, just stunning everyone up. And now the gobble up, the follow-up stun from Jabs into the Mortimer's kisses. They are melting again under the rain of fire from Jabs. Oh, he's just chain stunning them with the gobble up now, John.
Oh, man, the style to get that kind of save in March. Last one alive, not for long, gonna be punished. Abbott gives him the clap.
Oh, Abbott's got an ultra.
TNC, Mike, Among Us, they're dancing. These are the top dogs of TNC. The organization that's been on top. ESL 1 was very kind to them. And Among Us, 1 week old. The dream team, keeping that dream up.
Dabs, he's got that couple of he's gonna give Arbit a quick ride.
It just looks so dumb.
It's pretty stupid, John, but it's an Agate Scepter upgrade.
The range is ridiculous for the commitment.
Hey, it looks stupid, but Jabs is making it look like the only item Snapfire needs. I mean,
it is
really, really good with this hero. He's having the time of his life, and of course, in classic Jabs fashion, he's offering people water with that sticker. Not many people tend to accept the offer, though, which is a bit upsetting. KB, he'll jump in, trying to buy more time. But that Rax is certainly set to go. Armel gonna go for a skewer. Savage, he's got the chrono again, and Arbit just rips Armel to shreds.
March?
There's your gobble up once again, connecting on two. March can't do anything here, and Savage gonna find another in the form of KB. More stickers being dropped. Jabs has got more cups of water, but the GG has been called. TNC, they lose game one, and Among Us, John, I hate to say it again, but they made it look easy.
I mean, this was their test, Mike. This is the big team, the top dogs in groups, the top dogs in C right now. And Among Us, they just
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Venomancer. Seconds remaining.
That's playing to win, baby!
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick.
Holy moly, moly! Let's do this!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Templar Assassin.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero, my good friend.
队友呢？队友嘞？队友呢？队友呢？队友呢？
I love it when you resist.
Looking for me?
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
I like what I see.
脸都秀完了。
I saw that ending from miles away. I saw that ending from miles away.
What the f just happened?
Seconds to battle. I had a terrarium once, rather like this. Well, except with mice and a chameleon. But the possibilities for combat were much the same. The battle begins.
have this part.
These games, he's always got something to say. Doesn't always work out in his favor, as we know, but you know, it's always a bit of a mischievous guy in these games, always a bit of fun to watch.
Yeah, and he's gonna have a lane to work with. Gabby, and I mean, both of them have to go against each other, so there's that asking for first blood still. Not a simple time for Gabby, right? He is going for the Scream of Pain to just clear out the waves. You don't want to trade with the Centaur. You can see the supports going at it. March and Jabs not leaving each other alone. The first Fire Spirit's already expended, and that's where the support Phoenix rotates around, right? Just getting the spirits off. It's just going to have a simple pull, and they're just going to wait out those levels. I think Jabs is going to be comfiest at level 3. When you've got Fire Spirits up and the dive, and that's when you can dance as the Phoenix.
Arbit's copying a lot of harassment in that mid lane as well, John, up against Armel. Of course, this does not favor the Storm being up against the TA. It's a very annoying lane for the Storm Spirit, but at least for now, Arbit is doing actually better than Armel in terms of CS, believe it or not. Armel was very focused in on just harassing Arbit out of the lane, but now Arbit is really trying to give it back to Armel, and he will force out the salve usage from our TA.
Yeah, and this is what you love to see from the Abbott Storm. He does play aggressive. He's got this level 3 spike now, holding out on the skill point. But, you know, Armel's also at that point where he's got the side blades up, so he can kind of get his hits in. Gonna be a back and forth lane. Armel, though, being a full creep wave behind, it doesn't bode well. You can't allow yourself to bleed out as a TA. You're a momentum-based hero. You need to find that early farm here.
Of course, the bot lane is the one we haven't talked about yet. Nice toss back from Tibbs onto Whitemon, but it is going to be Whitemon and 23 Savage up against Tims and, of course, KP on the Pulse 3 Venomancer. So far, everything's going very well for 23 Savage. He is a bit low in regen, but in terms of CS, he is leading. And he is looking like he is having a very, very free time. You would say that is due to Whitemon, of course, just splitting up the creep wave, making it very, very hard for them to close the gap onto Savage, allowing him to just take very safe CS.
Yeah, I mean, you can see KP, he's been trying to land that Gale from a safe distance, but he's always forced to try it from max range, and Savage gets to dodge. So you miss out on that spell, you miss out on that laning presence, and they're just free to dance here. I mean, Savage is so low in HP, but he's confident enough to just stand and last hit.
That he is. Of course, you always have the nature's, or the living armor, I meant to say, that can heal you up very nicely as the Morphling, but he does get salved up now by Whitemon and will be able to just return back to the lane. Still top lane, March in massive trouble. Jab wants to chase him down for that first blood, but it is only a level 1 Fire Spirit. So March will be able to survive and get his own salve off. Jabs is really applying quite a lot of pressure here, forcing the 1v1 up at that top lane, which obviously is going to favor Cuckoo.
Oh yeah, it's been a smooth time for Cuckoo so far because of that, and even when it comes down to Jabs versus March, without the Fire Spirits, you're going to lose a lot of HP with the minus armor of the Wave of Terror, and it's all just for these runes, which aren't even up top.
Well, Cuckoo's in trouble. He might be the first blood. Gets a nice hoof stomp off, but Gabby might still go for this chase. He does not have Blink, however. So won't be able to close the gap there, but this will mean Gabby should have Cuckoo out of his lane for a while. That should make him feel a lot more confident.
Yeah, it's a lot of low heroes across the map. Now, Cuckoo does have the double ring of regen, so he's going to be pumping himself full soon. He's got one more tango left as well. Not going to be out of that lane for too long, but it's been a really conservative game from both sides. Just no first blood, no commitment. On the edge, just really kind of feeling each other out, you know, just seeing how far would you go for that first blood here.
That's the thing, nobody wants to die as the first hero, right? Like, you've got all these players in this game that can take your life with one little mistake. Nobody wants to make that first mistake, as it is going to be so valuable. Bounty runes are going to spawn up. Jabs will steal one off March. March will have to take a lot more harassment from this Phoenix. Luckily for March, however, they are both just level 2, so you don't have the level 2 Fire Spirits up yet. And had that been level 2 Fire Spirits, he may have actually died. But they are staying well away from that top lane, not soaking any XP. That does mean both these supports are going to be very low level for quite a while.
Yeah, it's going to enable these safe lane for several.
He's having a look, John. Armel, but Arbet going to use the Vortex in that mid lane and be able to bottle up. Armel is really searching for those side blades.
Yeah, he has to, because now that Abed's at 6, you're not going to find those kill opportunities. He's going to be safe enough to zip away. And any kill op on the 1v1 now is kind of gone. He needs supports to come in if they want to play aggressive. He does have Tims around, but Tims isn't looking healthy. Just going to secure those runes once more.
Still 0-0, not one kill occurring. Net worth, slight net worth lead for Among Us. Still going to be concerned if you are TNC, as Savage is still having a very free game. KB has not been able to slow him down. He's just remained alive and remained healthy enough to contest this laning phase. He will continue at this point. I mean, he's just got too many levels now to really die. The Strength Morph will just keep him alive no matter what, up until you have like a Spirit Vessel. But mid lane, Arbed, there's still some stacks away from Armel, and this is a really big brain play here from Arbed, understanding exactly where Armel's going to be. And look at this, he's just taking all his stacks away, and Armel, he doesn't really have the mana pool nor the damage to fight back, so he's going to have to call in March to help him out. But you've also got Jabs there to make sure Arbed stays safe.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to stack for yourself, you stack for your own, and you steal
Gabby just solo picks off Cuckoo, commits a Sonic Wave, does get the kill. But bot lane, KB's being chased down, and 23 Savage able to get a kill as well. So both position ones getting a trade across the map. It'll be a 1-for-1. So Arbed is getting chased down in the mid lane. He has been slowed up, but he will be all right.
Just a lot of back and forth, still even across the board. Both safe laners finding kills on the off lane, keeping it even. This early farm, though, is looking a bit better for Savage, just slightly ahead of Gabby. Of course, that does mean his farm is going to be a bit better. He does have the Morbid Mask. It's time to just play it safe, build up. We're going to have to see what Savage opts for first as a Titan, whether or not the shotgun build is the play, or if something like a Manta style to be defensive is what's required. Now, big timers here for both sides are those mid lanes. Abed still needs to find his first mid-game item. Armel as well. Still waiting for the power treads. So that's where a lot of this tempo is going to revolve. And again, you saw the emphasis on those stacks. That's where you would love to play as either mid laner. You see some movement up. Savage switches up top, pushing that tier 1. Down bot, you only have KP. And his Venom wards, they're not quite enough to do as much damage as the Centaur Morph can up top.
We'll group up and try to get this push going. And see, they do have a couple of supports up here. They could try and defend along with Gabby. We'll have that Sonic Wave back up in about 20 seconds, but Savage has already gotten started on that tier 1 tower. And it looks like he is not going to back off. He's going to go ahead and just take it all out. And see, there'll be no defense. They're going to TP down to the bot lane. They'll try and secure the opposing tier 1. Only problem being, though, is Among Us is going to have time to defend this if they want.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're trying to push into a treant. Whitemon still got the trees in the game. It's very hard to take these towers unless you fully commit.
Do have a quick pause out. It is about that time, John. You know, Merienda. Let's get it started, boys.
Yep. I think for some reason chat loves to speculate as to whether or not if Armel has had his Merienda. In this case, of course, it was Gabby who was gone. Yeah, but it was Gabby who's gone this time, so it's obviously him who takes that time to have some ensaimada, get filled up, you know, maybe have a Coke as well, or if you're feeling adventurous, you know, have a monster on the side.
Only the coolest kids have monster, John.
They do.
But Armel definitely going to have a bit of Merienda now. Of course, Jabs was want to throw the paws out, so he might just join him. Probably a bit of lag issues here, but we do have a quick unpause and get back into it. So, Among Us, they are still trying to force in that tier 1 mid tower and start getting some pressure out. Because TNC, they have not been able to trade those bottom tier 1s. So there is definitely a bit of an objective advantage for Among Us now. They do have an opening. Try and get some decent damage out here in this mid.
Yeah, and they've also taken control of that top jungle in its entirety. It's not safe to farm. They've got really forward wards. And Abed's just continuously making it hard for Amel to farm. He takes all the creeps. It doesn't feel good to be the TA, just having a storm poke through, and there's nothing you can do about it. They need the numbers to stop that, and, well, they're scattered across the map trying to find farm elsewhere.
Abed is still just slightly behind Armel right now in farm. Has been very focused in on stealing farm rather than going and getting his own. Abed must be confident enough that he'll be just fine even while lacking a couple hundred gold. So far he does look to be fine, though he's going to make a zip onto Tims. Does he have the damage output here? He'll zip again, Tims with a nice toss back, and Abed is a bit too low on mana to continue the chase. Tims will be just fine to walk out of there.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity for Abed, but at this point, you know, there's really not many opportunities on the map anyway. It's just a much slower game. 1-1, 10 minutes in, 11 minutes in. You are seeing progression here in terms of items. There's an urn ready on KP. So they're on the path to counteract that regen you have on Savage. They can start to set their eyes on the Morphling when that pick up if they want to play aggressive. They're still trying to make progress in that bot tier 1, but again, it's the white bond game. It's the Trine. It just drops living armor, and you just can't. You just can't do anything.
Nope. He's just going to keep healing that up and keep buying more time. H's grasp. Yeah, creeps will just die now in the vines, and well, it looks like TNC, they've had enough of that bot lane. They're going to go through mid and maybe try to start a team fight. They have all their ultimates up. Apart from Poison Nova, which KP didn't really level up, you haven't really got Swap yet either because March is at 5, but you've got the Sonic Wave. KP, of course, getting some nice vision there with the Plague Wards, but Abed won't zip in yet. He's just waiting for that right moment. Go in with a Shadow Poison onto Jabs, and now Gabby forced to blink out. They'll use the Stampede, chasing down KP on the Veno, and it looks like KP is going to die, and now a great overgrowth out from Whitemon with the egg out from Jabs, and they are just melting for the side of TNC. Armel is going to lose his own life, and that's a 3-for-0 trade for Among Us.
Just outstanding plays. You've got Tims being sneaky, though. He has the Avalanche Toss.
Oh, nice Sonic Wave out from Gabby to finish it off. TNC trying to fight back 2v5. They're going to get 2 kills out of this. They will lose the mid tier 1 tower, but they do at least get something back for their trouble.
Yeah, big kills. Slowing down Savage, punishing him for being full agi, which, you know, you don't mind as the morph, but it wasn't safe. They didn't. They actually did have a sentry, but right outside of range of Tim's walking. So lucky rune find, maximizing that trade. You're still Gabby. Not too happy about the tower.
Oh, Abed. Right on target. Does manage to pick off Gabby there on the Queen of Pain, who was trying to deal with Jabs on the Phoenix, and Jabs will give him the tip. Took him a couple seconds, but he eventually gets it out, and Gabby not going to be too happy about that one.
It's slowing down that swap. There's even farm distribution here from TNC. Did I just feel lag? I swear everything paused. Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's I don't want to complain too much about the problems we're going right now. It's just I could go on all day.
Everything's broken, Mike. Everything.
For anyone that isn't aware as to why this is happening, for some reason today there's just random lag that starts happening in the game. Like it just starts spiking and your FPS drops quite a lot. Which is why we've been so late to start all.
Yeah, on and off, but we've got the go signal ready to jump back into it. And looking at the progression here in the farm, Savage, of course, number 1 on the net worth chart, is looking to finish the Manta style first. So a defensive item to get the purges off to ensure that he's not going to be burning out from the DOTs. Very important in this game. You look at the side of TNC for their part, the Orchid still has to come out here for Gabby. So it has been stalled out a bit, lacking just a few more parts. And once that's up, he can jump in, get the control onto Abed, and that's going to be key. Abed does not have defensive items. You can punish the Storm if you find that Orchid early.
They need to get that Orchid up, though. I mean, he's focusing on his farm, but it's going to take a couple more minutes for that. They really do want to start slowing down Abed. I mean, this is a Storm after all, and to make matters worse, it is an Abed Storm, which means it's going to be very, very good. And, well, he feels very confident just rushing the Bloodstone, which is not something you see very often anymore with the position 2 Storms, but well, Abed, he just wants to be free on this Storm. He wants to be able to zip around and do whatever he wants.
Yeah,
and be the goal here.
Yeah, once he has that up, of course, it's going to be harder to pin him down. The control from TNC, we talked about this. It's not particularly fantastic for a Storm, so there's a lot of pressure on Tim's for his Blink, and he is saving up about 1,000 gold off on the Tiny. Once you've got that, you can start to look for those opportunities to lock Abed in, punish him out. There's a Blink now, though, on Cuckoo, and that's also a timer there for Among Us, right? Cuckoo tends to be the one to find those openings. With a Blink, they're going to want to reveal it, and they do smoke up.
But they do. P gonna be in a spot of danger. It's mid lane. He does get the Hood of Defiance up, and Abed not getting the zip he quite wanted. Geek Fam are smoked around, and KB stuck around the corner, so he is gonna go down. Does get the Poison Over off in time, but it's not really gonna mean anything. So nobody is there to capitalize off this. Among Us, they will just continue to take over this map.
It's a decent pick-off. TNC does get the opening to push that bot tier 1. Armel does have the Desolator, so Living Armor's not going to be enough to stop the push anymore. They're going to try to go for a trade, and they smoke up again, Jabs.
He does have the egg, and they do still have the overgrowth. So they've got that combination along with the Stampede, but little do they know they will be fighting into the Orchid of Gabby, and as well as that, the Blink Deso now of Armel. The Blink just out on the Courier, flying out to Armel as we speak. And so KB, he's going to TP up towards that top lane with Tims, and they want to get this fight started, but Savage jumping straight in, bursting down March. Now KB, that is just too much damage to take. He is also going to die. And TNC, they have not timed this well. There's your Stampede out on Jabs. He's going to dive in after Armel, drops the egg right on top of his head, and with the Sonic Wave, it doesn't even connect on anyone. It kills off Cuckoo, but that's going to be it. Meanwhile, Among Us will clean up 4 of TNC's heroes for 1. Gabby, the only man to survive this.
I mean, you're going to be very pleased with yourself if you're Among Us. The perfect team fights flying out. TNC can't afford to stream in 1 by 1, and we kind of saw that in game 1. Now, we assumed it was because they weren't used to playing with Tony Stark, but they've got Gabby here. The coordination seems to be slightly off. They have to commit as a team in these fights. They have to be disciplined with their positioning. It's a Phoenix plus Tree, Overgrowth and Egg. It's a basic combination that if you're not, ready for it, it's going to do a ton of work. So you have to be cautious there. 5k lead now for Among Us and TNC. That was the Blink Deso reveal. Not the way they'd want, but they do smoke up. They know those belts are down.
They can make this one work. I mean, there is no Sonic Wave on Gabby right now. KP don't really have the best teamfight abilities without it, but they're going to go after the Roshan play. There is vision from the side of Among Us. They know that it will happen once Tim's smoke does wear off, but for now they are unaware. Now the pings are starting to come out. Cuckoo, he realizes, but he gets swapped in. He cannot stampede yet. It's on cooldown, so he is going to die. Now Savage wave forming in after KB. He also just blew up March, but they've lost jabs. Still, Roshan. Armel will get back to it. Your Bloodstone is now up on Armel, but he's been silenced by Gabby. He does use the active of the Bloodstone, but he is going to die. Oh, and that's a big deal. He just lost those charges.
That is not the way you want it. We've talked about Bloodstone reveals like that. Never feels good. And the Roche goes on for TNC. It's not as fast as you'd expect. There is an Overgrowth and Stampede. Among Us could still try to make a play, but after losing those heroes, it doesn't look like
They're going to smoke. They're going to try, but the Roshan is going to drop. Cuckoo, he does jump in, but Armel has already got the Aegis up. Now the Sonic Wave out from Gabby, connecting on 2. Tims will fight back, does kill off Cuckoo. But they have got the Aegis down. Savage still in the middle of all this. Wants to focus Armel. No, he was going after KP, but nobody is focusing down that egg apart from KP. And well, he's going to get stunned up, and they are just going to melt once again on TNC's end. As Among Us still managed to take the team fight and do end up winning it out.
They killed 6 heroes because they had to go through the Aegis. It works out perfectly. The play there from Whitebond, the patience for him to get the Overgrowth when they were all clumped up. They got the follow-up hoof stomp right before they lost anything else. And they just come out on top. Among Us, 7k lead, 16 to 8, 20 minutes in. TNC, they just need to be a lot more disciplined. They keep clumping up into these fights. That is not what their lineup wants to do. And it's just feeding it to Among Us right now. They have to be split up a bit more. Play from afar. They've got this Blink and Tims. They need to have Tims just stay outside if they're going to go for the Roche. And now, the way to bounce back is pickoffs. Tims and Armel can set up for you. You can even throw in Gabby if you want. They can go hunting. They have seen some of these supports be alone. You know, they know that Cuckoo tends to be out forward a lot. That's something they can punish, and oh no.
Tims? That mid lane, getting caught out by Jabs and Arbit. His team right behind him, but looks like he just died too quick.
Yeah, I mean, Arbit, you know, well, he can and nuke you down before you know it. So TNC have to be cautious now with their support standing front like that. They need to play in that jungle. They've got control of their triangle. They've got control of the bot jungle. That's where they can play catch up. But the gap keeps growing. Savage, he's got the Scotty up. He skipped, you know, he skipped the shotgun. He's going for raw stats, and his right click is looking really mean now.
It is. The Arbit just going to work towards that BKB on the Storm, and that's going to make it pretty much impossible to control him on this Storm Spirit. That's why he just doesn't bother with the Orchid, because he wants BKB into the Aghanim Scepter. We did see this the last time from Arbit, and he's very effective with that Aghanim Scepter Vortex. That mini black hole. TNC, they're going to need to keep up here. They're 9k behind. Things are looking very, very tough. This TA Quap kind of draft, you don't want to go into the late game.
No.
Not up against the Morphling Storm.
Definitely not. It's a momentum-based draft. Even KP on the Veno, right? He has very sensitive timings in the hero. And he hasn't made progress. You look at his farm, he's barely above Jabs. Just about 700 gold above the opposite Pause 4. Never a good spot for the Pause 3 to be in. He hasn't even finished up that Spirit Vessel. He has the gold now, but he's saving up. And those towers of TNC is slowly being sieged away. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure, I don't know if the viewers saw that, but you saw Gabby's model acting a bit weird as he was attacking the tower. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with the servers today, John, but they are not happy. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, it's a pain, but now you've got to deal with it still. They do manage to trade the top tier one there. Gabby gets the work done. They get to invade the triangle of the Radiant side. Their tier 2, though, melts way too fast. It's just Savage. And he's just going to right-click. They give it for free. TNC are just not ready to defend. Probably just going to look at the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, Savage is, yeah, he's moving up to the high ground. He's almost got a Satanic up now. His farm has just been way too quick. And he's going to get some damage out. Force the TPs back, and then just walk away. No need to overextend. We're only 23.5 minutes in. Like I said, he is getting very close to that Satanic now. Just needs the Reaver up. Once that's up, it's like you really start to question how they're going to deal with him. You still don't have the Spirit Vessel on KP either. So, all that strength morphing, all that Satanic healing, it is not going to be adjusted by a vessel yet. That's going to mean Savage can just do whatever he wants freely.
Yeah, it's, KP had to divert towards that pipe first, just to protect his team from the magic damage they are receiving from Abed, from Jabs and the Phoenix. Give themselves a fighting chance in the middle of all of it, which is fair enough. I think right now, survivability is the issue. It's not finishing off these heroes. They can't even stay alive long enough to do significant damage. It's going to help the cause. They are, you know, still trying to build up that farm. Take a look at Armel. BKB's almost done, and that's going to help him stand in front as the TA, try to get those hits out. Still has to watch his spacing, but you won't worry about being controlled by these stuns that do come out from Among Us. So that's going to be very helpful for the TA. Gabby, of course, does have his BKB. So those tools are starting to line up here for TNC. Might see that come out in probably the next defense, as Among Us are the ones, you know, they're the ones being aggressive. They're the ones with control on the map right now.
Oh, Tims, he tries to go onto Arbed with that avalanche toss, but he is all alone. Of course, he did take the bounty rune away from Arbed, but it's going to cost him his life. And that kind of goes to show you how desperate TNC are right now in this game number 2, as they really need every amount of gold they can find. And Tim's willing to throw his life away just to get a bounty rune.
It helps the team, but you sacrifice so much. Again, they rely on the Tiny to be up front to actually get the toss back plays. And without that Tiny, they don't want to commit the buyback. They're going to have to lose this tower. It gets even worse as Abed skips the BKB, goes straight into the Ags. Mike, he's just ready to go.
He's already queued up an Ag's Blessing on top of that. Just no BKB to be queued up. Just, yeah, I'll just buy an Ag's Blessing straight after.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh. I'm in. I'm a chosen one. Me, KP, and Gabby didn't disconnect, so we're lucky. Yep. Suckers. Fun times. Yeah. Still fresh, still being developed. It's not done. What do you mean? This is early access. You know? It's an early access game. It's not fine for TNC though. Disarm ready on Cuckoo. Heaven's Halberd good to go. So he's gonna be a bit more durable. If you do jump in as Armel, you have to watch your BKB use. You have to ensure that the Halberd isn't up first, because if it is, then you're stuck in a very awkward spot as oh. Yeah. It's about a minute 20 off, so a bit more time until the rush still. Abed. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Oh, swat. You wouldn't either when your base is on fire like this. You're gonna have to buy back. Ooh. Oh. Oh, man. This was the test.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。
Wow! Wow! Oh my god! What?
Real.
스캔 돌려야 돼요. 스캔 돌려야 된다고요. Normally.
Go crazy!
"30 seconds to battle." Will I need my calculator for this? This is it. The battle begins.
ends. Let us skirmish.
Normally.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. opponent's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things.
master is here.
Lakad mo to! Lakad mo to! Normally.
I admit nothing but my sadness that you're gone.
seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Team, big dire team, big. Radiant team, big. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, big. Radiant team, big. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team. Team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Choose your hero, my good friend. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You really should prepare for battle. Seconds to battle. Oh, I see. Are those little people down there? Wonderful what they can do these days. The battle begins.
Friends, let us skirmish.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Repeat myself. Dire's top tower is under attack. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. would appear maybe tower has fallen. Surely that was intentional. Dire team ban.
That is what you sound like.
Radiant team ban.
That is what you sound like.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That is what you sound like.
Radiant team pick.
我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。
What you sound like.
Dire team ban.
That is what you sound like.
Radiant team ban.
Yo, this guy has no chill, man. Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. remaining.
That is what you sound like.
Yo, this guy has no chill, man. Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
That is what you sound like.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
你上。
Dire team
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
Seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That is what you sound like. That is what you sound like.
I admit nothing but my sadness that you're gone.
Go ahead. Select your heroes. Remaining.
That is what you sound like.
There is nothing that can stop this man.
this guy has no chill.
I admit nothing but my sadness that you're gone.
我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
That is what you sound like.
我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
There is nothing that can stop this man! There is nothing that can stop this man! There is nothing that can stop this man!
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
That is what you sound like.
Oh my god!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Sorry, I just...
That is what you sound like.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme...
No chill, man.
That is what you sound like.
No, this guy has no chill, man.
That is what you sound like. what you sound like. You sound like.
Wow!
That is what you sound like.
Radiant team back. Dire team back. Radiant team back. Dire team back. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Disruptor. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
minutes remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team. Seconds remaining. Choose your hero, my good friend.
That is what you sound like.
我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。
5 seconds remaining.
I admit nothing but my sadness that you're gone.
You rock.
I admit nothing but my I admit nothing but my sadness that you're gone.
You really should prepare for battle.
Oh, this guy has no chill, man.
To battle. Is this on?
哎，队友呢？队友嘞？哎，队友呢？队友呢？哎，队友呢？队友嘞？哎，队友呢？队友呢？队友呢？
That is what you sound like.
But this guy has no chill, man. Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
Sound like. Bump, bump, bump. That is what you sound like.
我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。
I admit nothing but my sadness that you're gone.
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
sound like?
I admit nothing but my sadness that you're gone.
There's no chance.